Live from twitch.tv and youtube.com, it's Vtuber Talk. Today's guest is Yomi Quinnley. And now, powered by caffeine and dreams, here's your host, Jay. Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us today. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late-night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest, while also being accessible for new fans. My chat box seems to have been misplaced. I know how that happened. Sorry about that. I was doing an ASMR stream, which was a delayed reward from my annual charity marathon, so I had to move that over. So sorry about that. We'll get that replaced. But anyways, please welcome my guest for this afternoon, Yomi Quinnley.
Hello! Oh, thank you for having me. Yes, that's right, Yomi Quinnley of the Sox Vtuber Agency. Not a mad scientist. At least most of the time. I promise I won't blow anything up today.
Don't worry, this studio is fully insured, so I have had fires here in the studio before. Actually, when you loaded in, before we went live, you were literally on fire, Yomi. I'm not sure if that's your default.
It's a default state of mind.
That's very fair.
Yes, they do like to, bully and cause mischief. And sometimes they will do that while I'm just not even streaming. I'll see redeems happen, and it's like, oh, I see.
I've had that happen before with guests who just accidentally or just by default will have their redeems just active perpetually that, you don't necessarily always have to turn them off after stream, and that someone redeemed, I think it was a bonk redeem, just mid-show, guest and I were talking, and based on what was happening in the conversation, I thought that the guest had triggered the toggle on their own, and they hadn't, and we both lost it.
Oh no, I've learned when it comes to collabs to maybe flick the switch off because, oh yeah, I've been throwing out windows of collabs before thanks to them. It's goes away.
I feel like I should be surprised. I can't decide if I should be surprised or not is the big thing. Also, I'm just realizing there's a filter I have that is wrong. I've done this for 179 episodes. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, thank God I got past that other dreaded number that involves a 7 and another digit. I'm not going to say prior. Yeah. Everyone, I see you out in the chat. It's good to see you.
Yes, definitely seems that a good number of folks in chat are already familiar with you, and you already beat me to the punch of getting your intro and everything done. So I'm really glad to have you here today, and you've been pretty busy lately. You actually just finished a big move. So first off, congrats on that.
Yeah, thank you. It's awesome, but it's also a lot of work, and still streaming between it. I had the day one pizza on a moving box for dinner.
Well, a classic.
Yeah.
Hey, Usagi, good to see ya.
Usagi! Look at all these goobers in the chat.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
what is your
fantastic though?
What's your favorite part about your new place?
Oh my gosh, just privacy and safety. I've had to be around roommates all of my life. After, moving from the family, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never quite had roommates who I could just be myself around or feel even safe around. It had a lot of 3v1s. Oh, cleaning too. Oh my God. It's very quickly apparent that all those times the apartments was so dirty, 99% of it was them, because I've been like, I barely have to clean anything. My house is spotless.
It's so easy when you're just not making a mess yourself.
Yeah, I don't have to clean up after folks. I can be louder. I can mostly safety. I'm not gonna get like super dramatic, but I never really felt comfortable or even safe in prior places, so I kind of was unlocking full stream potential, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely something of just when you first move out on your own, and I've been fortunate enough to live on my own for a while now, that you don't really realize just how freeing it is and just how nice it is to have a place of your own and be like, I don't need to worry about bothering anybody right now. I don't need to worry about adjusting my schedule or having to just, in general, worry about others. It's very nice. So I'm very happy for you, and I hope that you are enjoying your new place.
Thank you. I really am, yeah. Oh, just like you're saying, having your own time. Just having the ability to walk into the kitchen and not have to wait my turn or or having to walk so far to like the kitchen. I have the kitchen like in view of my living room PC, all of this. So I have had times where I go on an ad break, walk to the kitchen, refill my water, maybe grab a little snack or something, and I can spot, like, just by turning my head and be like, you guys are doing great with words on stream, and, like, calling out to them, like, on 1 more minute. they've heard it. It's so much fun. It's so freeing. I'm finally living life. And like I said, safety is the biggest thing, exploring myself, learning more about myself. And just being an adult. In an adult space. Yeah.
It's like, some parts of being an adult suck, but some parts actually are not that bad at all. Of just, getting to have your own space and just that freedom. It is very nice.
Yeah. And thankfully, a lot of the adulting stuff I like. I like laundry. I air dry my laundry actually these days. Lots of clothes.
Heard you mentioning that the other day, and I only air dry usually, like, if I have a zip-up jacket or something, that way the zipper doesn't get, like, bendy and wobbly and stuff. But I've been considering trying to air dry some of my other stuff as well.
It's very nice. I'm trying a lot of these little things, and I like all the adulting stuff. I love to cook. I love doing laundry. I really like to clean. And so the adulting part, thankfully, has been very easy, other than I'm still learning what my billing cycles are gonna be.
Yeah, no, that's
Like,
the scary
when is rent
stuff. And then, usually good default is just first of the month. Most places just do first of the month. So have that up. And then the only really annoying part, and especially for folks that do content for a living more so than others, the scary part of adulting is taxes.
Yeah.
Fortunately, most of the stuff is not too bad once you know how to do it. It's just figuring out how to do it in the first place.
Yeah, I was actually fortunate enough, and this is a fun little fact nugget. Before streaming, I actually did DoorDash and Uber for like 2.5, 3 years. It was 3.5? Somewhere between 2 to 3 years. I can't remember exactly. And with that, you got to do your own taxes too. So, I'm out there driving and doing my thing all day, which is partially when I studied my VTubing stuff too. That's a whole nother story. I learned how to do my taxes then because of DoorDash, which was a lot easier than streaming taxes, but that's a whole other ball game.
At the very least, there's more stuff to write off for streaming.
Oh my god, yeah. I just got a PC case.
That's a write-off. That's tax deduction.
Yep.
Is there anything that you've gotten yourself recently for your setup, apart from new PC case, that you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, so there was that, which was the Hyatt Y70, of course in blue.
Very nice.
I have had such a desire to sing. All of you in the chat, you know how much you've been waiting for that karaoke, right? And so I was like, all right, but I do want to make sure I don't disturb the neighbors.
Good call.
I'm fortunate. Yeah, my past place, I couldn't do singing at all. Like, I could literally only sing on a Sunday morning when the roommates went to church. Which was very hard for, like, the musical recording I did with, like, Crony and Ollie and a couple others.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. That was hard to do because I was like, it wasn't a lot of singing I had to do, but you have to like get in the groove and then you have to like redo.
Mm,
Before you know, it's like, oh, the roommates are back and I haven't finished. But
I have a
anyway,
couple I need to actually record myself. Thanks for the reminder.
Yes. Whew. Uh, the the thing I ordered though, to of course be respectful to the neighbors, is a little sound booth. It's got like very heavy
Yay.
blankets, the piping that goes around it. It's a small one, but it's my first time, so a couple hundred on Amazon, tax write-offable. See how that goes.
Yeah, a little bit of soundproofing goes a long way. I myself, very famously, perhaps, have actually been operating out of a pillow and blanket fort sound booth, literally since episode 1. That when we chatted earlier in the week, you probably heard a fair bit more echo than what you're hearing from me right now. That's because I don't bother to put myself under that blanket, when I'm just having normal calls. But right now, I have literally behind my monitors, basically it's a TV screen and then 2 small shelves with which I have propped up 4 pillows, and then over me I have it's a actual soundproof blanket. I used a comforter for the first 2 years or so, then actually upgraded. It's like only an $80 soundproof blanket though, and it's just draped over. I have an extra mic arm that keeps it propped up over me, so the blanket's not weighing down on my head. But that's it. So I've done the DIY, but I definitely know that being able to get one of those good but not crazy expensive sound booths is even better. And I'm sure that you're gonna really, really be able to tell a difference once you have that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I might have to. I have to take a photo of my current desk setup and be like, hey, what can I DIY around this? Because the sound booth thing that I bought, that's gonna be for singing and ASMR and recordings. My streams themselves, I'm at my brand new, I guess this is also a new thing to mention, my brand new big L desk with a big hutch that I got at Office Max, Staples, that kind of thing. And that's
hard to-
such an upgrade.
You never realize just how nice a good desk is until you actually have one. And then you're like, where have I been all my life? Why have I not done this before?
Yeah, I didn't have a super, super crappy one before. Well, my first one was obviously, but it was I just was struggling with room, and I like doing hand cams. I do science hand cams, Lego hand cams. Actually, I got a Lego hand cam tomorrow.
Ooh.
And just not having the room was insanely hard. But now, I've just got parts where there's nothing here. I put a plushie out here for that.
Yeah, we have room, we have space to work with. And I remember I saw you do one of your hand cam streams the other day. You were going through some of your anime and manga and other collectibles, and that you have a Haruhi Suzumiya box set that I also have, and I spotted it and I was like, oh, that's a good one. They did not make many of those.
Yes. I had a lot of fun with that because I grew up pretty poor. I didn't grow up without a lot. But there was a time when I was working at Best Buy, and I didn't have a lot of how to spend on.
They were one of the folks that actually carried those Bandai box sets. They were actually difficult to come by, but for whatever reason, Best Buy had them.
Best Buy had a great anime section. And because when I was working there, I was in the media section, which for that time, God, I'm going to really date myself. The media section was games, DVDs, and CDs. Yeah, CDs. So I would be the first one.
We're not old.
We're not old. But I had a good bit of my income went back into the Best Buy. It's where I got a lot of my 360, PS2. Still call me old chat now. But I was able to hold on to those things, and it was a nice little time where, hey, I actually have a little bit to spend on, with of course the discounts.
Yeah, we love employee discounts.
What was the funniest discount? I for about 2 years played World of Warcraft.
Oh,
they were going way back, Burning Crusade.
Ooh, okay,
And
yep.
You could buy the time cards if you're old-fashioned like that. Employee discounts counted on those.
Nice.
I was playing like $15 monthly or something like it's $7 or something like that. It was
Oh, that's
fantastic.
so good.
Ah,
What class did you
but
play?
yeah. I was a healing paladin. I was a or
Mm.
is a the very particular niche, the Shockadin, which was like a healing
Mm.
paladin that could actually do like really good crits and stuff. It was a long ass time ago. I've had a lot more time in Final Fantasy 14. Now my current daily game is Uma Musume, so that's what we've been down the road.
Yes, indeed. No, we've seen the horse girls all over, and for better or worse, for whatever reason, I have found myself really just immune to gacha games. I never really got into mobile games. I still play, stuff on PC. I recently finally picked up a Switch too, but um, I get secondhand enjoyment from gacha stuff. I enjoy watching people pull for their favorite characters. I think Uma Musume actually has a really fascinating game design. If there was ever one that I was going to get into, it would be that. But it's just something that has, to borrow the phrase, never really super sparked joy for me. So at the very
Yeah,
least, I get to avoid
understandable.
the gotcha trap, for better or worse. But that seeing the Uma Musume explosion has been very fun. And I know SVA had the Haru Urara Cup a month or so ago.
Yes.
Um, and that was just super fun and silly to see that it was a good time.
Oh, it was fantastic. One of my favorite events that we had done. And we're always trying to do something. We have the Minecraft one going now.
That's right,
Um,
yeah.
I fell into gotcha games from I guess my biggest one was Fate Grand Order.
Oh, yep. Yeah,
But
that was one of the first ones that really just took a hold in the West.
yeah, I'm literally hugging a plushie of a character from it right now.
Oh.
And the thing was, I I'm very character driven. This is gonna come up a lot in stuff. Video games, tabletop, even streaming. And those characters, I want them well written. I want stories around them. I want characters that grow and change and yeah, eventually get a happy ending. I'm very much a happy ending sort, but I love found family that it starts off by, slaying a couple goblins to by the end of it all, after their ups and downs and parting ways and reuniting, they slay a god or whatever and the world is
Yeah.
saved. And so, yeah, Fate Grand Order had a really, really gripping story. So, I got into that. But mostly I'm really just big on RPGs in general.
Mm, and that definitely makes sense going all the way back to, like you were saying, World of Warcraft and now a bit more recently Final Fantasy, and at least for 14. But you mentioned that Final Fantasy 7, which, obviously arguably one of the most important games historically for the franchise and that for gaming and certainly PlayStation as a whole. But you told me that you probably wouldn't be VTubing without Final Fantasy 7, and that's interesting because I know a fair bit. You've mentioned on different streams over the years now of sort of how you fell into VTubing in different ways, but I don't remember how Final Fantasy 7 plays into it.
Yes, this one is like the what 5 degrees Kevin Bacon kind of thing, but it's super important. Cause yeah, I have mentioned plenty of times in my community before reaching a rough point in life, the door dashing and watching streamers, the
The
whole
trucking days.
the trucking days, the pandemic, all these things. But going way, way back, going to little old Yomi, little, just
Mini Yomi,
tiny,
lowercase Yomi.
tiny, yeah, lowercase. I had grown up with games. I came out of the womb with wheels attached to my wrists and ankles for driving and a controller in my hand for gaming. Uh, I always loved video games, but I grew up with the very old-fashioned ones. Our NES, our Super NES, our Sega Genesis, our games where there wasn't much story, and it was get a high score or defeat Dr. Wily and get 2 lines of dialogue. Um, it was fun, but it was always lacking on that, right?
Yeah.
Lacking in story. And then I had some friends who, get into the next generation, Nintendo 64 and PlayStation 1, which even then, Nintendo 64, Star Fox 64, Mario 64, games I love, 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 and could play over and over. Even did those on stream recently, both for a charity and a speed run. Not much story there either.
Nope. We were lucky,
Play-
back in the day of, oh, Mario, congratulations, you saved the princess. Or, it's dangerous out there, take this. And you were happy to get that much.
Just having in Star Fox, every boss having a line of dialogue of about to fight, and then a line of dialogue when they die, that was already crazy.
We have character development.
Ow.
Whoa!
Yeah. Pretty smooth flying, Fox. So, then came that PS1, and then came Final Fantasy. And when I played it, you can kind of already see what I'm about to say here. I was blown away by the characters, by there being story, by me actually being like, wait, I gotta read a lot. Wait, this is a good story. Because I actually was a bit of a bibliophile as a kid. I was books, books, books. I read books, which is funny. I don't really read many books nowadays now, but I read a lot of books growing up. Edgar Allan Poe, fun fact, is my favorite author. Yeah, that's a wild one for someone as peppy as me. But that game, Final Fantasy, I know I'm deviating so much. It showed so much story, so much character. And I was like, I need more of this. No, I want to be in this. I want to be on that adventure. And so I was wondering, I was even asking, like, is there any ways like you can interact more with games and stuff like that? And a friend of mine showed me role plays, text-based role plays. And yeah, it could be a little cringe, but I love text-based role plays. I do them to this day. A lot, actually, to this day. I love being a character. I love to write. I love to star as something in a story. I even host these stories. So Final Fantasy VII led me into doing role plays, which some of them were Final Fantasy role plays. Like I would either, you could be an OC or play one of the characters, whatever. And that led me into like Dungeons and Dragons. Now we're really getting into the role play.
Mm.
And you can probably see where the domino fall here. I'm a tiefling. Dungeons and Dragons race. Yomi was originally back in 2017. She wasn't designed for VTubing. She was designed for D&D. And, well, I loved the character so much. And when I finally decided to be VTubing, I was like, who do I want to be among my many OCs? Among my hundreds? Yeah, the folder says 174. Hundreds? I narrowed down to 5, and, eventually it was like the one I could be myself the most through would be Yomi. So, yeah, it was a many, many degrees, as you could see, huh?
I'm curious, for your D&D characters, and you mentioned that there were so many that you had, and that you had to narrow things down, and even then you had your 5 top ones and eventually came to the design that you have now. Do you find that was Tiefling a common race that you used, and was an alchemist or scientist a common archetype you had, or was Yomi as the D&D character something of an anomaly or an outlier in that broader portfolio of characters?
So I definitely preferred leaning into characters that were able to do a lot for the party. I liked healing. I liked skills. So I'd be a bard. I'd be a rogue. I'd be often the healer. I was actually a forever DM. I didn't really get to play a lot of player characters. Or rather, I should say, the games I did get to be a character in, I didn't get to be a player for very long.
But you still wound up with all these characters.
Yeah, as a DM, I made sure the players had very rich stories and characters to delve with and interact with, even romance or anything like that. So I would use some of those characters as NPCs in the story, who could even help the story go along and stuff without stealing the spotlight. I was very proud of myself of how I could bring all these characters in and still letting the players obviously be the important factor of it all.
So did you end up, I guess, what do you think was your most common type of character that you made for one, when you were having those few opportunities to be a player character? But in general, did you find yourself enjoying creating any particular types? You mentioned bards, which definitely doesn't seem surprising. I feel like most folks, if you wind up in content creation, you have at least a level or two in bard yourself. That, I think it just comes with the territory. But
It's so true. So when I played tabletop games, my favorite system was Pathfinder, actually. Because when I got into D&D, I got into D&D through 3.5 edition. And for folks who don't know, Pathfinder is basically the, hey, D&D is now on 4th and 5th, and they don't do this system anymore. We really like this system. Let's keep it going and improve it. Pathfinder is like almost like a continuation of 3.5. At least first edition was.
yeah.
And so the classes there, you can be much more customizable.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always lean into, whether I be a healer, whether I be a rogue, whether I be a bard, whether I be an alchemist, I always leaned into being able to support the party. So I was often a support. Even when I played like a front line, like my character Kana, I still made sure that they had, I would sacrifice some of the front line stuff just so I can have more skill roles I can do. I guess the phrase is the skill monkey.
Yeah.
The character, yeah. So I would always try to be the one doing the skills, even when it's a class that has okay, rogue gets 8 skill points plus your intelligence. Fighter gets 2 skill points plus intelligence. But this one fighter archetype gets 4 plus intelligence. Like that one. I want that one. I want the one that has more skill points, please.
Yes.
I just love rolling skills. And I love role play. So I would always I would not try to always be the face, but I was always try to be a character who could, at least be social to a degree, whether they're gullible or silly or a little unhinged or naive on this, or maybe very aggressive. But I always made sure I was a party player. Make sure everybody gets their spotlight.
Yeah, I'm very similar, actually. Well, very similar and in some ways very different. That I've only ever DM'd a one-shot, so I have almost exclusively been a player character. But I also wind up as the support a lot, though not necessarily by my own intentional design. As a player, I am extremely uncreative. If you just hand me the player's handbook and say, Jay, make a character, I'm going to be like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I want to make. I am a big fan of the phrase, restrictions breed creativity. If you give me a design that you want, I can build something to it. So what I do is I tell everyone else in the party, I say, make your characters first. You all do what you want, make what you want, and then I will look at the party composition and figure out what is missing, and I will design to that end. And then with that end in mind, I'm able to add in the flavor and the role play elements of whatever I am interested in at that point in time, but I'm able to sort of discover the character in themselves based on what the ends they need to meet are of, okay, this party has a lot of casters, there's a lot of good damage, this one needs a tank. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I need to make a tank, but we also need a couple support skills. So what type of character would have this background to get that skill to do this, that, the other? All right, cool. We need a healer or a bard. That, unsurprisingly, it's usually the support roles that end up being the gaps that need to be filled. Because usually, folks go for the flashy classes, they go for the wizards, they go for the warriors, this, that, the other. So
everyone wants to be a frontline fighter first.
Yep.
I too was I was the fill girl. I was the one always being like, it's why I said I've always been a healer. Or I had some form of being a healer, because I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. I'm not upset about that. But I eventually learned how to be a healer that could do X, Y, and Z as well.
Yeah, it was definitely something I had to get used to the one time that the party clearly just needed a tank, that they needed a frontliner for once.
Yeah.
That in the first 2 sessions, I was so just habitually, okay, I'm going to be on the back lines, I'm going to be staying out of the way because usually I'm real squishy. And then having this sort of epiphany, like 2 or 3 rounds, and I was like, wait a minute, I have a 22 AC. I'm supposed to run toward the enemy. I'm not used to this. I'm supposed to actually, like, go up to the enemy. This is something I have never done before. So, got used to that, but it was a weird moment of, oh, wait, I'm supposed to get into melee.
Yes. I love that feeling when you gotta try something else like, excuse me, when you gotta try something else like that and learn what it's like. Because I too didn't really get much frontline. But one thing I did a lot is, aside from designing my own characters with my friends, I would face claim a lot. I'd be like, ooh, I really liked this character. They didn't get a lot of spotlight in the anime or the game they're from. Let me flesh them out.
Yeah.
So, just a random example. I think her name was Ozen from Made in the Abyss.
Ooh, Made in Abyss. Oh,
yeah,
what a wonderful, terrible, traumatizing, not for children show that is. It's so good. Go watch Made in Abyss.
Yes. That was just a quick example, but I ended up like nabbing like Ozen as a face claim and making them into like I think they're like a disciple of Tiamat, you know, because like their hairstyle had like a pointed up horn thing, and so I was like, they actually have real horns. Their hair is just like over it and stuff, and it was the one time I actually put an evil character in a good campaign, but the evil character was getting redeemed. And that was kind of the point. The start of the campaign was, you have to transport this prisoner. You have a command word to put them on a leash, like a magical restraint. And that was me. That was the plot twist. And I worked with the DM closely, like, hey, DM, like, I'm never going to fuck the party over. Like, this is a lawful evil. They understand they're being punished and need to be executed. And the big part of the game is, or not big part of the game, but like their journey is, by the time it reached the destination, they've redeemed themselves. And that happened pretty much. They started to like really bond with the party. So you can be evil just in a good game, but you really got to work with the DM.
You just know how to play it. Yep.
Yeah. Gosh, I didn't expect to ramble about D&D for 10 minutes, especially spiraling from Final Fantasy. But...
And you mentioned that you actually use Pathfinder more than D&D, and that is interesting because I started playing 3.5 as well, only did a couple campaigns. I did a half homebrew campaign in Pathfinder, but the DM was basically going off on their own even with that system, so I don't know if I can truly say I've ever played Pathfinder. Most of what I've done lately is 5e, and for folks who don't know the sort of inside baseball about different systems, 3.5, like Yomi mentioned, has a lot more customization, a lot more modularity. It's also a lot more complex. I think that 5 was a very good choice for D&D from an approachability perspective, that for the layperson who's trying to get into TTRPGs, 3.5 is too much. It is not a good system for starters. 5 really streamlines things, but that for really advanced players, it can end up being a little bit restrictive, and that's why you usually hear a lot of more diehard folks, people who are much more experienced in TTRPGs, usually end up falling back to 3.5 and saying that it is their preferred system because it is more comprehensive. There's a lot more granularity, a lot more different skills, but that it's not an accessible system for everyone. But it's one of those things where it's good that both exist.
Exactly. No, that's perfectly well said. It's like when you play a video game, you can choose easy, medium, or hard. Like you should have that choice and option. I always say 5th edition is as wide as an ocean, but as shallow as a puddle. Yeah, it's easy to learn and swim in. Yeah. So when I tell people like I don't play 5th edition, it's not for me. I don't, I don't like poo-poo it away. I don't say it's bad. It's like, no, I say it's bad for me because I would be bored. And I was. I tried it a couple times. Every time, a couple levels in, I'm just like, kind of doing the same thing. And, it's very roleplay focused, which is what I like. But you can have a game that is pretty heavy in its numbers and still do just as much roleplay. There's that. A lot of people have that unfortunate thought of, game is too crunchy, too many numbers. I can't roleplay with this. I'm like, skill issue.
Yeah.
You can. And I've got so many characters from it, and it's funny. Like I said, there were like 5 or 6 where I was going through which ones I liked the most and which one I could be myself as a VTuber through. Again, like Final Fantasy VII, to text-based role plays, to D&D, to then making these characters. And, well, in D&D, I realized, ooh, I can act pretty well. I can improv super well. I can handle my voice super well. I can be expressive. And D&D is actually, if you ever do it, if you are a dungeon master in tabletop games, you actually are unlocking skills to stream. I'm proof of that.
Do you remember what the first campaign you ever DM'd was?
Oh, I do. Oh gosh, I do. We're going back to 3.5. I do remember, and it was very crazy because it was supposed to be 3 games over many years. I mean, we finished the first one, and I was already like getting ready for like, okay, 10 years later, characters from this game, what happened. The first game I ever did was, it was a little seafaring, but it wasn't fully. It was very much about going from like towns to towns, and every town was very different. We're like Kino's Journey kind of style. You go to a new town, it's like completely new laws and ways they handle things. And essentially, there was a crew of pirates, a very big crew of pirates, called Black Gale, that were so notoriously powerful, if a city was attacked by them, it was considered a natural disaster.
Ooh.
They were that big of like a force, and so the party was all about trying to stop them. So Black Gale had like the 5 major generals, which, great bosses to build up, smaller ships. They had learned that the whole reason the pirates are doing their thing was to try to resurrect Hector, the god of war. And the party eventually learned that the battalions, the good ships, I'm really trying to simplify my explanation. The battalions, I think they were called the Justicar. Yeah, the Justicar and Black Gale. Literally, we're talking like almost like hero-villain kind of warships without a whole lot of ship faring. I didn't want to put in too many ship mechanics. We did focus more on the towns and, stuff like that. The party eventually learned that the leader of the Justicar and the leader of Black Gale was the same person. And they were forcing a continuous war to satisfy the evil god Hector, who is the god of war, to give him enough sacrifices to bring him to life again on this mortal plane, and essentially replace them. They're like, I want to bring this god down and become them myself. It was awesome. And by the end of the game, yeah, I have a Hector mini. I have like the proper figure for 3.5. That thing cost a good like $20 back then. It's probably worth a lot more now. It was an awesome campaign. And I kind of want to bring it back to life because that was so long ago. And yeah,
and was most of that your own writing, or were you using a module for that one?
All of my own writing. I did this in person too. So that back, because this was before like Roll20. So I would write letters, like actual letters, handwritten. There was a prophecy, so I actually cut up a piece of paper, wrote in a special cursive with a special marker, and then dragged.
Oh man, you made these full-on props.
Yeah, I dragged tea bags over the paper to make it look like old parchment. That is actually a fun little technique.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I bought a lot of like miniatures, and I even painted some over time. And it all started that same way. It started as it was 3 players, eventually 4. It started as 3 players who all just happened to have been in the same city, and they were there for a festival, and the festival got attacked by one of Black Gale's lesser ships, and the 3 had a call to action. They fought all together, and like, hey, you can already see where this is going. The players all fought
Mhm.
together, like, oh yeah, you
Yeah.
did really well, kind of thing. And then they started hanging out, going to bars or whatever, but also like talking to the Justicar and getting briefly recruited by them and making allies and yada yada yada. Just a huge involvement of my favorite trope, like Final Fantasy VII, the found family.
Yeah. How many campaigns do you think you have done? I would say 3 or more sessions of, so not including one-shots. How many campaigns have you actually DM'd?
Don't mind me as I open up my D&D Games of the Past folder.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you mentioned that you actually have done some pretty comprehensive record keeping.
I have. It's a little hard sometimes to look over because some of the groups that I had been with, I had learned they weren't exactly friends so much as they were people just wanting to use me as a game master. And I was like, but I want to be friends. Like I literally like that's its own story. As for how many, I have also done some one-on-one campaigns that went pretty long. Let's see. I think about the folder here says 44, but some of those are some less. So I'd say probably 30.
That's a
Around about
ton,
30
though.
campaigns.
Holy cow.
Yeah. When next year, I was gonna try to do it earlier this year, but I ended up, the move took a lot more of my time, understandably. The next year, I want to start running tabletop games. On stream, that is.
Mm-hmm. And gosh, that is streaming and doing DMing on hard mode, because streaming already, bunch of work, DMing already, bunch of work, both at the same time. There's a reason why not many people do that.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, with all the training I do with my toggles and my stream deck and all of my inputs and all of that, it's kind of like a training arc.
Yep. That I definitely think of all people, you have the skills that you've invested those skill points to be able to do that and not be completely overwhelmed. But it's one of those things of, I can't even imagine running that, or rather, I can imagine running it, and I can imagine it being very difficult.
It's gonna be, yeah. I'm excited for when the chance comes, but I have been putting it off. But mostly because there's just been so many things. The biggest one definitely being, like I said, the move happened and stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, end of the year is actually got dedicated to that now. So
Yeah.
I'll look into it sometime this year. I have a lot of plans for 2026 on content, not content shakeup, but just like some new things and trying new stuff. But yeah, D&D tabletop. I always say D&D is like a cover because a lot of people think D&D is the only system. And it's like that's just my cover word.
Yeah, and you use it sort of synonymously with TTRPGs because D&D is just literally half of the letters of TTRPG.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like if someone says I want to get a...
Yeah, three. Yeah, I can math. It's still easier than TTRPG.
Yeah, it's like if someone says I want a Coke. They might not actually mean a Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
They may just want a soda.
Yeah. It's not pop, though. Sorry for whoever I've just offended.
Can I get a fizzy bubbly, please?
It's fizzy bubbly. What were they calling it in Thank Goodness You're Here? Because you were playing that yesterday, and I'm trying to remember. I
Oh,
don't
shoot.
think that-
Dang it, I forget.
whatever it was, it
There was
cost
some-
10 bob. We know that much.
Everything costs 10 bob. Yeah. Gosh, I forget. That game was a fever dream.
Do you know what the secret ending to that game is?
One of my chat was saying that if I stood still for 15 minutes, I would have gotten a special ending.
That's
I
correct.
Might do that today.
If you just actually wait in the mayor lobby where you start the game for 15 minutes, he says, hold on, I'll be with you. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, he walks out and says, sorry, had a call to take care of. Thank goodness you're here. Go in, credits. It really
I
was that
will-
simple the whole time. If you patience, what's that?
Well, I know what I know what I am going to do then. I shall wait for the mail later, yes.
Just run a just talking for 15 minutes. It'll go by like that, and you'll beat the game again. It'll be great.
Yeah, it's just like was it Fallout? Not Fallout. Number something 4. Far Cry 4.
Mm.
If you just wait the 25 minutes in the beginning of that game, you actually just reach the end, and it's actually a happy ending.
I didn't know about that one actually because I've not played any of the Far Cry games, but it makes me so happy to know that there are other games like that that just say, hey, we tell you to wait for a little bit, and if you actually do it, that's just it. Not everything has to be complex.
I love when games do that kind of stuff. Yeah, easy to develop extra endings.
Yeah.
Nier Automata has like 26 apparently, from what I heard, and you could just a lot of them you can get pretty quickly, which I'm gonna probably stream early 2026. That's one of the games I want to do.
Nier is on the list of the many games that I know that I should play that I've never found the time to play, and I have several friends who just swear by it, and obviously it is very famous for its music, and I hope to eventually get to it, but I've been falling behind on the games that I usually am good at setting aside time for, because boy howdy, has this been a year of all time, and past several months in particular for me have been chaotic, mostly good chaotic, but chaotic.
You're 100% right. I feel that. It's been a wild year in VTubing as well. My big one right now is the new Digimon game came out almost 2 months ago now. And I've been looking forward to that for over a year. And I haven't touched it yet because I haven't had the time. Granted, the move is the big one, but and that's not going to be streamed. That is big thing. Have a U game. Have a offline game, and not just a daily game like League or Uma or whatever. Have a U game. I get eventually.
Is Digimon a particularly formative series for you, whether it be games, anime, or is that something that you picked up a bit later on?
Come to think of it, I think it is pretty formative. I fell into it very first season. When you had Pokemon and Digimon back to back, and the kids in the playground were arguing which was better.
Good old days of
Digimon,
digital monsters.
are the champions. Yeah. I started with both of them. Pokemon was the more popular thing in the playground, so I was with that for a while. But I fell out
models,
of Pokemon and focused.
Lagging a tiny bit. Okay, I think we're
that's
back.
Weird. It's good.
All right, I think we're back.
Let's go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Digimon was actually not that recently, but before VTubing, it was a bit of a training game for me, where when I thought I wanted to try streaming, I was saying, well, I should practice talking to people. So I just hung out in a Discord, hit the stream button, and I played for my 4 months of setting up, from January to April, which is its own story that you know a little bit about. I was also playing Final Fantasy IX, Digimon Cyber Sleuth, and Prodigal. Which Prodigal is the one that was made Curse Crackers and a couple others recently. So that was actually a bit of a training game for me, and it really reignited my spark for Digimon again as well.
It's one of those series that I definitely fell on the Pokemon side of the playground, and just very few kids at my school, for whatever reason, played Digimon, so I was always aware of it, but I admittedly have not seen any of the anime, have not actually played any of the games, certainly know of it, and I know there was actually a new anime series that aired just this season, which I meant to watch, but as part of being very busy and hectic, that even my anime watching has fallen off, and that's usually something that I'm very, very up to date on. But, naturally, Digimon has been a very impactful and historic series, and I know that basically everybody that I have heard talk about the new game have said that it's fantastic. So, sounds like you have a lot to look forward to there.
I do. What, I'm incredibly excited to give the chance to, especially one of the things I got really excited about is like one of my all-time favorite Digimon is like actually a plot important like ally. And I'm like, oh my god, how rare does that ever happen, right? Because I always say Pokemon stays with each generation's kids, while Digimon grew up with its first generation. Digimon has continued to stay pretty mature on its themes. There are reasons where like it can really resonate with adults. Pokemon is still a fun bit of, I'm gonna call it slop. Pokemon is slop for me right now, but it's fun slop. Like, I already know what I'm gonna do. It's kind of the same routine. The stories are not that special, if there ever is one. Except for obviously the Legends games. But and I'm not even gonna talk about the company behind it, but it's kind of just a guilty pleasure to jump on Pokemon, whereas Digimon is like, ooh, that was my junk food. Now it's time for the main course, the healthy food.
Yeah, Pokemon's definitely been. It is probably the media franchise that is actually most impactful for me personally, and I love it dearly. I'm not going to pretend that the stories there are the most complex, and full agree. I think the Legends are some of the best it's ever been. I loved Arceus. I am at the end game part of ZA and have been thoroughly enjoying that as well, and I think that both of those are breaths of fresh air for the franchise, because I fully agree that while I don't think that Pokemon has released an outright bad game, that, as many have said, there's bits of polish that you would expect better of a company that big and established, and that, we can always sort of dream of what it would be like to have a really deep, complex Pokemon game. We're probably never going to get it. And part of that is probably kind of similar to the D&D 3.5 versus 5 scenario, where Pokemon is very accessible. It's something that I'm so happy that kids these days have Pokemon to grow up with like we did.
Yeah.
And that if it were as complex as Digimon, if it was as mature as Digimon, it wouldn't be as inherently approachable for kids. But I'm glad that there's also these series that do get to just properly grow up with those that grew up with it, and get to touch on those themes and do other things. But again, very much a good thing that both are around.
You hit the nail on the head with that one. I firmly agree. It's why that despite, some of Game Freak's moves recently that have been, we're
Had
not
151 of them, and we were happy with it. And you had to buy both versions. Well, you still have to buy both versions to get all of them. But
don't forget that truck. It might have a Mew in your copy.
might have a Mew, and you had to hit the A button at the exact same time as the person you had the link cable with. None of this Wi-Fi and online trading.
School. What I was gonna say though is like back before like video games were such a big thing, the biggest connection between like parents and kids, where oh, I had this, now you have it, was like probably like sports or so. Like I don't know, like the only connection I had with my father was that like NASCAR. That's right, I watched NASCAR as a kid for a couple of years. But now, yeah, we have the games that are the adults of today grew up with those games. And now it's great to have another connection like that. Sure, there's like movies and stuff, Willy Wonka is one of my all-time favorites and some other stuff, but it's great that gaming now is a medium that can be generationally connecting, and Pokemon is absolutely a forward for that. Yeah. Calling it now. Next gen's gonna have a microphone Pokemon. Just saying, you're gonna be in it soon.
I'm trying to think, has there been a microphone Pokemon yet? Because I feel like there has to have been, but maybe not. I guess not.
Rotom got close to it, and we had an engine.
Yeah, but those are more appliances. Because, there was wash, mower, and everything. Not really a microphone.
Yeah,
we're due for a microphone Pokemon.
We're due for a microphone. Yeah, absolutely. I honestly think it would go pretty hard too, because for the Pokemon doubters, for the people who are like, oh, they're running out of ideas. They have an engine. We had the ice cream, the garbage. Look, Garbodor is awesome. Shut up.
I mean, no, we had a literal pile of sludge in Gen 1. Don't tell me that Pokemon were the most creative things. Be like, sludge, eggs, and we ran out of designs. Just take a Pokeball, turn it upside down, put a face on it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a Pokemon defender or apologist, but I'm quick to be like, that argument's invalid. Like, Tauros is just a bull.
It's just...
See, it's literally called Seal.
It's snake backwards.
Yeah. So, oh gosh. It's funny, there's so many things that we could like discuss and talk about, and I'm happy that there's a bond here. There is an old hag bond here right now.
You actually had posted recently, as many other people did, top 10 games, and you had a bunch of ones, and I was glancing at me like, oh gosh, Mirror's Edge is older than I'd like to think about. Because you think about it, it's like, oh, it's a 360 game. It's recent. It's modern. How long ago did the Xbox 360 come out?
Yeah, people forget the 360 is like old enough to drink, and then some. That actually was a very special thing. It's retro now. Yeah.
We need to.
I did.
We need to change what the definition of retro is, because I think that most people say, oh, if it's more than 2 game generations past, it's retro. I don't think that metric holds up anymore, because it made sense when gaming as a whole was younger as a medium. I think we need to change where we draw that line. But even if you move those goalposts, I still think the 360 would probably almost qualify as retro anyways, so I don't know.
It's, I think it is. It's also like 20 years is the definition as well. Oh, God.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, 20 years feels fair.
There's some old games like that I'll just love to replay. We did, funny enough, because of that trend, your top 10 games, which I was really happy to see a lot of people like retweeting mine and hitting up. It spurred me to play those games this month. I did Mirror's Edge. I did Star Fox 64. A little bit before it, I played played Super Mario World, and a lot of the ones that are on there, it's like, beside it, let's go through these again. And there were some really good streams, just me having fun, a lot of people having fun with it, and kind of just remembering like all the little hidden details, and I love it. I love when I can boot up Star Fox and beat it like twice in a stream in under like 2 hours, or do no death, or beat Super Mario 64 in also like 2 hours, glitchless, 70 stars and stuff. It's like,
you can do a 70-star run in 2 hours?
I did, yeah. We did
holy cow.
We did that on stream. I'm not a speedrunner, but I did know some techniques and like where the easiest stars were to get and a couple shortcuts. I played it twice on stream. There was one time where I was just having fun. We just did it. I had a special skin and stuff. I think it was, it was Toadette. It was a blue Toadette. And then about 3 or 4 months ago, there was a charity for St. Jude's Hospital run by my friend Orange is Borange, aka Aki.
We love Aki.
We love Aki. Genuinely, like, Aki's helped so many ways. And she was like, just play, like, you don't have to speed run, but play a game you really like. And I played the Star Road mod for the Super Mario 64, and that was wild. I don't want to pick that back up, actually.
Now, looking at your
old games.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Looking at your top 10 games, I recognize most of them. I don't know what Battle Realms is.
I knew you were gonna ask that. Oh, that is a journey. So, we didn't have a very good PC. I'm the The generation that is the last generation to be without PCs, but the first generation that needed to adopt the age of PCs. So, very tricky time. That's why I still don't know how to build a PC. I didn't really get a chance to be on the PC very often, but when I did, I could play, some of the games. And I remember exactly where I got this. It was a disc when we were going through Staples, because I guess, they have a couple video games there.
I was just thinking that, disc, that's how it was back in the day. But even back in the day, Staples did not carry many games. I'm not shocked they did, but obviously that's never where you're going to find your games.
Yeah. I forget why we were there, because this is, again, like 20 plus years ago. This is teenage Yomi. And I had a little bit of money, and, I grab it. And the reason I caught so much interest was, first off, I love Japanese history. The Meiji era, particularly Sengoku period, I'm such a big fan of that. We blame Dynasty Warriors as the opening to that, but then me actually reading books about it and stuff afterwards. And I saw this game. I saw that theming. I saw it was RTS, real-time strategy, like StarCraft. And I did have a lot of experience with StarCraft. Not because of the PC, but because of the Nintendo 64. Oh, boy! And I just picked it up. I was like, this is one of the greatest RTS games I ever played. It was, again, RTS, real-time strategy. You had your separate clans. You had much more importance in your units. It wasn't like, 200 units, giant army. It's like, no, the cap is 30. Every unit really mattered. And it really had a lot of fun with, again, the Sengoku period kind of shenaniganery with a touch of fantasy. Actually, a big touch of fantasy, summon a dragon kind of thing. Necromancers and stuff like that. They had a lot of fantasy in it, but a lot of fun fantasy. And it was just a blast. It had full voice acting. It had a full story, like a really good story. And here's the craziest part. It is available on Steam. Even though this game is over 20 plus years old.
No, I was just looking at the wiki page that it was remastered this calendar year.
Yeah. To this day, they still update the game. The original game was getting updated up into this remaster. It's awesome. It's like, it's a niche but super dedicated community. I need to be a part of that community more. But that comes with time. But yeah, it's very special to me.
Yeah, released in...
Actually, here we go. Recent update, September 30th, for the Zen edition. An update for a 20 plus... Yeah!
There are games, even ones that are just released this calendar year, that don't get updates 11 months later. We're just sort of at that phase of things, of continuous development and such, and that if you're not a quote-unquote daily play game, a gacha game, a live service game, getting updates past the first 3-ish months are not likely to happen. But the fact that they're actually doing that, and the fact that they were able to justify the full-on remastering redevelopment 23 years later, because it was initially released in November 2001.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's a wild, I could still pick it up, I could still play, and I could still be like, this is amazing. This is everything that I've always just enjoyed. It's my de-stress game, which, heck, I might play it today. I've been very busy, very tired. Might just treat myself, because I don't rest a lot. I don't give myself breaks as much as I should.
Rest? What's that? Never heard of them.
Yeah.
That said, you have some very particular taste, not in games as a whole, but you have some very particular tastes in your de-stress games, Yomi. Because you have here as your de-stress game, no RTS, that's not the craziest thing I've heard. I've heard of crazier. One of the things that I don't normally think and don't think many people usually associate as a quote-unquote de-stress game is League of Legends.
League of Legends.
as a de-stress game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's honestly more impressive than anything. Of just it's you've told me the secret to how you do that, and it makes sense. But on paper, it's still baffling.
I can explain. So, okay. First off, League of Legends, I originally got into because of characters. I saw a couple of characters, and this is when they were working on the lore. This is talking like 2017. And I was like, I love this character so much. I want to face claim you and use you as an NPC in one of my tabletop games. And I did this for a few characters, and it turns out they were almost all characters from Piltover and Zaun, aka characters seen in Arcane. This being 2017, so way before Arcane.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually had one of my major cities in a more recent game was called Glyph, like I could play off the word glitch, and it was a steampunk city. So, I had Caitlyn, I had Jinx, I had Vi, I had Jace, I had all those characters. So originally I got into League because of the characters of the lore. And eventually, I eventually played. That's right, I just borrowed characters before I even played the game. And I played in 2017 to 2019, then I stopped for a little while. I originally thought it was 2020 I started playing, but I looked back at my, skin purchases. I buy skins once in a while. If you like a game enough, you invest enough time into it, you can drop $10. And I put it down for the longest time, but I got back into it because Arcane Season 2 was on its way, and I was like, you know what, Sada, let me see what the hype's about. So I got back into League about a year ago. I also blame Hades of Mythos. Love you, Hades. Thanks for gonna be back into League of Legends.
For a moment, I thought you were going to be blaming Hades, the supercellular superconductor game. Get the dev on that.
Oh, I still have to play that. I will one day, though.
It is good. I got into that actually just a couple of months ago. That it was on sale for like $7. I was like, okay, my type of relaxation game is roguelikes because they're just very easy to pick up and put down, but they're also ones that, oops, you blink and there goes 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. That's why I like Slay the Spire, because it's a little bit more turn-based-y. But I do like roguelikes, I think, yeah. To help me relax with it, though, my secret, I turn chat off. Which is...
It makes sense.
It works really well. I never have to see, derogatory or over crash outs or, people flaming. I don't have to see any of that stuff. The hard side, though, is there are people who use the chat to be genuinely helpful and communicative. So it's kind of a catch-22. It's probably why I'm stuck in gold, because I can't communicate as much. But I have my comfort characters. I don't have a wide pool of characters I play. I just have like 2 or 3, and I'll hop in and I'll play for an hour or two. And because I play unranked, I'm working in my wheelhouse of skill.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably why I'm kind of hard stuck there, is because I'm not really growing, but I'm not going down. I'm just constantly in gold. So because I'm constantly in gold, I'm constantly in people of my skill level. I gotta play my comfort champion, win or lose, which goes kind of 50-50. I think my win rate's 51%. It's a comfort place. If I get to plat, I'm probably gonna stress. If I go into the silver, I'm probably gonna stress. And I'm gonna try hard. I'm gonna go okay, time to play top lane and carry. But right now it's I'm a support main. I'm playing my champs, and yeah, that's kind of the secret of how I'm gonna take my hat off. How I'm able to be comforted in playing League.
You mentioned that you have a pretty select pool of characters. Do you find that you end up in any particular archetype there, similar to D&D, or do you end up in different areas there?
Yeah, I got 2. This came along with the whole love the character design, want to play. I like to play the tiny war criminal who laughs at everything, which is Lulu. And she is I have a plushie of her too. She is a healer, not a healer, she's an enchanter, so she shields and she debuffs and she buffs. And that's also kind of a relaxing thing. I don't have to worry about frontline attack, move, attack. No, I'm still being very careful and, having zero kills but 0 deaths, but like 30 assists as a support should have. Or I like to play beefiest tank in the world with Tom Kench, and that way I can just kind of like go where I please, and I don't have to be super reactive because I only have a couple skills, and I don't have to worry about like being squishy and turbo dodging. I'm just like, I'm going to walk up to you. I will outlive you, and I will eat you.
It's so simple that you don't need to worry about using all those other skills or having to click anywhere particularly fast. If you know that I'm just so tanky, I can walk up, absorb the damage, and still probably come out of this fight alive and nice and simple.
Yeah, I actually did a lesson with Crony, Necronival, the Carnival Zombie, on Monday. And he learned a lot. He was really, really good, and I was the support while helping them out. And I'll say this, like, if I was playing a jungle or the ADC or one of those, like, really macro or micro movements kind of classes, yeah, it'd be stressful. And support is stressful, too. You are the mom of the group. You are the vision. You are the support. You are calling the shots. You are helping out in a myriad of ways. Support, people even say support's the hardest class. I'm like, well, for me, it comes naturally. So, yeah, it's my relax game other than Uma Musume with some ASMR late at night.
When it comes to ASMR, do you have any favorite types that, for me, I usually, unsurprisingly, the talk show host likes to talk in ASMR a bit more than the sort of sound effects, ear-cupping ones, but I understand how and why the different types of ASMR appeal to different folks, and usually people will have sort of their preferred of, this is the go-to of if you're looking for ASMR, that's sort of the first place you look. And where's the first place that you look?
Oh, yeah. My type of ASMR, which I will always say, there is no wrong type. Actually, no, there is a wrong type. It's the AI ASMR stuff we're seeing lately. But there's really no wrong type. Like, if you like the more girlfriend experience, go for it. If you like the ear lickies, go for it. If you like old-fashioned, go for it. If you like tappies or whispers, go for it. Like, there's something for everybody. For me, I actually like the old-fashioned ones, the ones we saw 10 years ago that still creep in. Where it's just very much like a little booth and somebody having like, today's is like the block tappies or the mic scratchies, or, the ear cupping, or like it's a 10 or 20 minute focused on that one particular sound. And it's just somebody in a booth, I'm trying to think of some of the names of them. Massage ASMR, one of them, like, that's the name of the person's thing with it. But I like the ones where you kind of know what you're getting into. But I also, my guilty pleasure one is, not a guilty pleasure, but my other favorite is the classic cranial nerve exam, the doctor role play kind of stuff, where it's just like, let me, follow the light, and let me check your hearing, and you're getting all those little rubbing sounds, and like, the little stuff like that. Personal care, but from like from the doctor or stuff like that. Those are classic. The cranial nerve exam, and every ASMR channel has a cranial nerve exam skit. I'll tell you right now. It's the bread and butter.
Yeah.
I like those. I like the personal attention, without it being too adult. Though again, that's fine if people like that. The personal attention, doctor kind of stuff, more of me. And yeah, soundscapes.
Yeah.
I
actually
do ASMR sometimes on stream too.
Oh. What was your most recent ASMR stream?
My most recent, it's been a hot minute because I was doing the whole move, so my acoustics at the end of October was awful. And my first month back after the move here, really wanted to get in the groove of things. So my last was a little while ago. But I did have a video in October. I did earlier in October, but it was a part of the Monster Girl Marathon. And it was actually a skit. It was a 30-minute role play. I was as Jiangshi, a lot of ways to say it. And it was a lot of fun. It's my most recent video on my YouTube channel. I do simulcast on YouTube. but in the video section, you can find the made for YouTube videos. So I actually did like my first skit with that. So that would be the most recent. And holy moly, I had a lot of fun doing that. I kind of want to do more.
I actually just did what has become sort of my once per year annual ASMR stream. Not this week because it is currently a Wednesday, but last week. I have every year as part of my annual charity marathon, one of the couple $1,000 goals is that I will do an ASMR stream. And obviously, I am no ASMR artist by trade, and I've figured out, okay, what do I do each year? The first time I just did a very classic ASMR stream, just found, I think, 20 different objects from my apartment that were able to make different sounds, and for 2.5 hours just did sort of the quiet whispers. And all right, now I'm going to use like the foil from Magic the Gathering booster pack, which makes this very nice little crinkling. And then, you know, tapping on a ceramic mug versus a metal mug versus a plastic mug. This, that, the other. I did some ASMR reading from a Magic the Gathering set, which had the idea of, you know, like whispers in your mind. I did a reading
I
of...
like that.
It was the Baldur's Gate 3 end user license agreement because it was written as a demonic contract. And then also the instruction manual, the full comprehensive rules of the Pokemon TCG. And last week, at the recommendation of a past guest named Vanille, she suggested the 36 Lessons of Vivek from Elder Scrolls Morrowind, which wound up actually being a really fascinating read because it's written as this pseudo-biblical type of, you know, stories, and the language and structuring of the paragraphs and everything is very non-conventional, that it just sounds like a religious text. But it was a very fun little read, and as someone who was not actually familiar with Morrowind, because I didn't actually play the game, that it was sort of a journey in and of itself of the story as it went of, oh, okay, this is happening, or they're referring to that, or they're invoking that type of imagery, and it was very fun. So it's the one time
Like a
per
lot
year
of
that I do
fun. I'll have to
ASMR.
check that. I love that. I love when you can find to do things. One, when you can find objects around that are just like, oh, this makes a good sound. Like I could use this as a device. Quite like probably 30% of my tools that I use for my ASMR streams, because I'm also pretty old-fashioned. Mine is again like the tools and the item making sounds. Those are, you know, stuff I just stumbled across. I'm like, this makes a good sound. And what you're saying too of like learning about something through a stream, you know, you said like Morrowind, you're learning about Morrowind. I love that. I honestly tell people all the time, like, streaming is also your chance to experience stuff you never have before. Play the games you missed out on, and you learn about the things that everybody else seems to know about except you, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to do that ASMR charity. I got to look back on that. Mm-hmm.
Are there any ASMR streams or concepts that you haven't done before that you want to hopefully get to at some point?
Yeah, so I'm shaking a little bit up right now, New Year and stuff, but I normally do ASMR every 2 weeks on a Sunday. Granted, like I said, this last 2 months I haven't really been able to, due to packing up, moving, and then unpacking.
Recent schedule and events notwithstanding.
Yeah. I really have been enjoying making them a little bit of an improv roleplay. So I'll still use all of my items, but, you know, I had my, what was it? I had my cowgirl model, so, which is like a nerdy cowgirl. So I had a role play where I was like, you know, meeting with the nerd and like, you know, she pampers you kind of thing. But it was mostly just an excuse for me to use all of my ASMR tools. Or my ghost model, or my goth model, because I have a lot of like little models or outfits. It gave me a reason to still do what I always did, which is 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours of me going through my box of tools and, you know, making sounds with them and talking to chat. But I just gave them a little bit of a theme. And I've been really enjoying that. And that Jiangxi scripted 30-minute one, it was a lot of work, and I want to learn how to work that more smoothly without as much time put into it.
I
Not that I
have
don't put time into stuff. You know what I
a
mean?
bit of bad
Just more that.
news. From what I hear, and I say this as someone who is not a script writing ASMR artist,
Well,
certainly myself, but from those that I know who have done scripted ASMRs, I have heard that scripting is almost always the most time consuming part, and that certainly with practice you will become perhaps a bit more efficient. But I do know a number of folks who've been at it for a time and say, yeah, even if you're really good at it, it means that the writing quality will be better, but it doesn't always mean it will take less time because your standards and your ability go up, so you are going to want to write better, and that you will take
oh my
about the
god,
same
yeah.
amount of time regardless, but the output does grow. That you see growth in one way, but the time spent doesn't go down as much.
That's exactly how it is for just streaming in general. Yeah, like I've been in the game now for 2.5 years, and you'd think like, oh, you could do this quicker now and that faster now. It's like, well, yeah, I can do thumbnails faster now, but my thumbnails also I have better programs, and I've learned how to make them look better, which require me to put more time into the new stuff for.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Learning StreamerBot, I upgraded all of my redeems. Well, now I gotta learn an entire new program and how to work around that, and I'm not complaining, but you said it perfectly. The more skill you get, it actually doesn't really lower the amount of time because you have a higher standard within
Mm-hmm.
yourself. And I'm trying to do better about not being a perfectionist about everything. Um, it's a rules for thee, but I mean rules for me, but not for thee with perfectionism. Where I tell my friends all the time, like, just give it a try. Just it doesn't have to be perfect, and that's good advice. Just do it. Just pull the trigger. Just do it. Go live. Try this thing out. Just try it out. Do what you can. But meanwhile, for me, I'm like, no. It's got to be this. It's got to be like that. I got to make it just right. No, the timing's off by 500 milliseconds. No. It's like, bruh.
Yeah. Definitely understand the perfection is the enemy of good, and at some point you do need to just let something out into the world. That doesn't mean you're not gonna spend a lot of time along the way, though.
Yeah. Getting better through it, though. Especially with the move. I just have more space, more
Yeah.
time. Mhm.
But it makes sense that you have the interest in writing those more scripted ASMR role plays effectively, because, like you mentioned, a lot of this goes all the way back as you rewind the clock to text role plays. And we sort of glazed over it at the start, but I'm curious, where, in terms of venue, for lack of a better term, were those first text role plays? Was it instant messenger chats? Was it forums? Where does this
Oh, here we
begin? And
go.
obviously, you don't need to tell me the name of any accounts. I
No,
don't
you're
want
good.
anything that could potentially let people dredge up those old ones if they are still around, but to whatever degree you're
got 2
comfortable
words.
saying which websites.
I've got 2 words. Gaia Online.
Okay, well, the good part is that means it's probably not something that can be dredged up.
I found Gaia Online in my teenage years. And, I started with the basic like everybody else. Your one sentence, you're using stars for actions, yada yada. But over time, onto onto other forums. Eventually, like role-playing in like World of Warcraft and then Final Fantasy 14, all that. We're not gonna talk about those, of course, but like I moved on to other stuff, and nowadays, it's all a TTRPG or Discord. Like I like a lot of like one-on-one role plays. So we cook up a story together that we want to do, and the characters and stuff. And I do stuff on Discord with some friends sometimes. Or even with the TTRPGs, I might have a player, and I even tell my players like, hey, you guys ever want to do like, if you want your character to be a part of something or do something between games, you want to role play it, like, let me know. I might be free this day or that day. So I've even had role plays for, tabletop RPGs off the game time, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, Gaia was the start. And boy, was that cringe.
To be fair, I feel like anything on Gaia Online, when looked at in the year 2025 or beyond, is probably going to be cringe. So, for whatever that's worth, you were not the only cringe one there, and almost certainly not the cringiest one there.
Yeah, I was with my people. Exactly.
As was the style at the time.
Yes. The funniest. Here's the funniest thing. My best friend, who I have now known her. I've known her longer in my life than I haven't known her in my life. So basically, she's been in my life for more than 50% of my life. I met on Gaia.
That's so cool.
Yeah. It's my friend, Helm-chan. I think I should type her name, even just, yeah. I got her after she saw me doing the VTubing for a little while and having fun.
And there they are.
Speak of the devil! Helm! What are you doing here?
Oh, the stories
Hi.
I'm sure they could tell.
Hey, Helm, remember Gaia?
It is wild to think of just internet friendships. If you were fortunate enough to have been around that long, and whether it was on Gaia or different forums or things, and that I feel like it is a bit more commonplace nowadays, and especially with streaming, that people end up being able to make friends virtually remotely, and that they might live on the other side of the world and you might not have met them in person despite having known them for a number of years, knowing them really, really well. But it was a bit more of a rarity back then, and it certainly is more of a rarity to have someone like that you still know literal decades later.
Exactly. Back then, 15, 20 years ago, I don't know when the switch flipped in society, in a good way, where 20 or so years ago, 15 years ago, parents, understandably, I can see where they're coming from, because they didn't know what the series of tubes that was the internet. They were like, oh, that person could be a killer. That person's going to try to have you go to their place and do something awful. You shouldn't trust anybody on the internet, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're looking after the kids. Back then, we had to be there was definitely the whole being wary of predators and all that kind of stuff. But there was a point where, yeah, like you said, making friends online and actually becoming friends and eventually, I don't know, meeting at a convention or something like that became much more normal. And I'm really happy that has become a thing. That stigma of everybody online is dangerous, which, obviously still do be careful. Be very careful. Has, we moved on from that kind of point from a good degree. And you mentioned those friendships for such a long time. Yeah, I've been through a fair share. I told you how with the tabletop games, I had people who I thought were friends, and I eventually ended up leaving because I found out they literally only wanted to be around me for my creative games or stuff. Or I had been around a lot of negative groups, and I got to a point where I left basically all of them. This is close to the whole VTubing and finding myself thing. I basically had a point where I had almost no friends. I had Helm, two other people. That was actually a good point in my life to heal, because I didn't have to. I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but going to it all is it's a point where you can meet a lot of good people online, and thankfully with VTubing, I'm almost making friends too. How do I say this without gloating? I'm making friends too fast at VTubing, because everybody wants my time, and I want to give that time, but there's only so much time in the day, and I'm very busy. So I'm very happy with all the connections I made, and I wish I could give them all more time as I do, and we'll definitely get there over time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it definitely is tough because you get to meet a lot of people really quickly online, and especially in creator spaces and in VTubing. And there's just not enough hours in the day. And even the hours in the day that we have, it's all right, are those hours in the day that I have the same hours in the day that somebody else has? And goodness knows, 179 episodes in for me that back in the day when I only had 10, 20 episodes, I was able to sort of check in on all my past guests and, tune in for at least a couple minutes of stream every week or so, say hi, check in. And I realized somewhere around episode 40, 50, I was like, that's not possible. That can't be done. And I still try and make the rounds that I glance at the sidebar of, okay, who's live, who haven't I tuned into for a while, but depending on how things go and if someone's streaming schedule just doesn't align with the viewing hours that I'm able to have nowadays, that I might unfortunately go several months without being able to actually see someone live. And that's even much less than, actually having a conversation with folks. And it's tough, it's unfortunate. But hopefully most people do understand that it's a mutual struggle, if nothing else. And that, they're having just as much difficulty juggling things and balancing real life, and that if they don't reach out to you, that doesn't mean that, just as that you not reaching out to them isn't anything personal, or, you're not ghosting them. It's just people are busy and there's a lot of people to keep up with.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I have a problem saying no as well. And that's probably the hardest part, where people will be like, hey, you want to collab? I'm like, I'm available next month, I think. But then the next day, I have another person say, do you want to collab? I'm like, I'm available in 5 weeks. Yeah, I'm getting better at saying no. But there will be, unfortunately, people who are like, oh, you're just avoiding me, or like, how come you don't make time for me? It's like, I will, but you gotta jump on the train. You gotta actually ask me and acknowledge that I'm very busy. And if you tell me in advance, I'll make it work. I'm thankful, again, most people have understood that. And I think the more and more you're in the content space, you do learn just how busy people who do full-time streaming can get. And I don't say that as a gloat. Honestly, I wish I was less busy. I wish that could be the case. And I'm going to try in 2026 to make sure I truly dedicate at least a day to myself completely, and be a little more social with my friends. But that's possible now, because most of the last 2 years of streaming really was a race to just get somewhere safe. There's a whole thing about that, with why I became a VTuber to begin with. Which, I could ramble about that in a moment too, if you wanted to.
It is definitely something that has come up a fair bit on your streams, but it's certainly a very important aspect of you as a person as a whole, that everybody has some sort of origin story of how they got into VTubing. Some are simpler than others. Some are a bit more roundabout. Some are accidental. Some are very much by design. Some are very clear pipeline of they were Utaite, they were other content creators, they were into idols or other things. And yours obviously has become a pretty well-known story because it is so central to yours, but I do feel it is certainly one that is appropriate to bring up and add to the context of everything.
Yeah, because I think it's I think that when it comes to us streamers, we should absolutely value whatever privacy we want to have. If you don't want to talk about your personal life at all as a streamer, good, value that. For me, because like I said, it was an integral part, and it is a story that, without sounding corny, can give people hope, I'm happy to share it. Because a lot of people who do watch streamers, not everybody, I don't even know what the number is, but a lot of us who watch streamers, like, we might be damaged ourselves, or, we might have something going on at home, or we might feel lonely or isolated. Sure, there's plenty of us who just watch streamers and it's just a great old time, but for some of us, it's like, this is my escape, or this is my, only thing that makes me happy for today because there's so much going on. Like, we provide a healthy, alternative of just freedom from the stress. And so when, without, digging into people's stories, I never want to be like, oh, so chat, what about this for your life? What happened to you here? Like, I'm never going to ask people's personal details, but when I share my stuff, maybe you wouldn't be surprised, but, there are a lot of people who are like, wow, I can relate, or this helps me out, or, gosh, I've had people tell me that I've been able to help them keep going, if you catch my drift.
Mm-mm.
And, it's a very big power, that I take very, very, responsibly, and I just want to try to encourage, and I'm still learning a lot, too, through so many things, even about myself, but, yeah, it's able to help others a lot, and if me sharing those details without ever, doxing or whatever, helps, then good. VTubing helped me, I want to pay it back and help others.
Yeah. And it's something that's been very...
Actually,
Hmm?
oh, quick thing, actually, speaking of helping, I gotta go help myself by using the bathroom in just a moment.
Yeah, please, by all means.
Well, if I could step away for just a moment now, that'd
Yeah.
be fantastic. I'm just gonna refill my water and go to the bathroom. I should be 2 minutes, everybody.
Yeah.
I should be just 2 minutes.
And in the meantime, I will take care of a bit of housekeeping because Yomi and I have been chatting so nonstop that I have seen all those follows, folks, and thank you so much for tuning in, whether you were here from the start of stream or if you're just stumbling in right about now. So, want to give a big thanks to the folks that are here and folks that have followed. We have Mr. Leo Plurodon, Reaper Senshi, Nepolion22, Valier, Bazooka Witch, Philemon VT, Zany NT, Super Micah VT, Stargazer KG, Shark Star, A Little Crow, Blue 225X, Large Leo 357777, aka the Stay, aka the Skay, my bad, Lefrogger, Crown Clown 83, Rigid Warrior, The Black Hat Club, and Helmchan. So thank you all so much for the follows. Hope you're enjoying things so far here. And that obviously if for some absurd reason, if for some silly reason you aren't already following Yomi, go ahead and fix that. Yeah, go ahead and fix that right now. There's a little convenient button for you. It's so nice and easy. One of the, say what you want about Twitch. At least the shout-out command works. At least that's good. And for me, myself, I sadly cannot promise you much regular content. I have sort of deliberately painted myself into a corner with my talk shows, but I once upon a time was able to do these about once a week. This year's been, like I said, busy, and I've only been able to do 1 to 2 a month, but hoping to start getting back into a more consistent rate of things, and that, if nothing else, folks can look forward to my 5th anniversary charity marathon, which is going to be this coming January. And that's going to be a very, very big one for me. I've mentioned the charity marathon a couple times already. It's where my annual ASMR thing comes from and a couple other things. And I just send out the all call to every past guest. So that is darn near 180 folks at this point. And it is 2 days of 12 hours each for 24 hours total, raising money for Child's Play charity. We have raised a frankly staggering almost $29,000 over the 4 years, and looking forward to raising more for the big 5th year anniversary, which is weird to think it's been 5 years, and got a lot of special things coming up. Sort of the headliner of that being me finally telling my parents about this channel because they don't know. It's great. I've kept this from them for 5 years. And it was always a gag of, oh, I'll tell them if we raise $10,000 a year. It's not gonna happen. And then we started raising a lot of money, and I sort of had to, get in the mindset of, okay, this might happen in the third year, and it didn't happen in the third year, and then it happened last year. I was like, okay, it happened in one of the last hours, so I knew that basically my parents would have been already asleep at that point. So I said, what we're going to do is we will go into the 5th anniversary with that on the slate. I will have it queued up, find a time scheduled. So it's already done. It's no longer a goal. It is achieved. It is set. It is scheduled. But it has also sort of been a year in the waiting for folks who saw that goal get hit in this past January. So me having to sort of, if anything else, it's been a bad joke for me of all year of this, watching this impending doom in a way approaching.
Oh my gosh, hearing about this. Thank you for giving me a little break. I am good now. Mm. I couldn't imagine. Well, I love it when I hear about VTubers whose like family is, fine with it or curious
Yeah.
even.
My parents are going to be fully supportive. I have no worries about that. If anything, I only kept the channel private just because it was not meant to be a big thing. This was initially meant to be a small little side project that I had during the pandemic to keep me from being too bored. And then it kind of spiraled in a lot of ways. And my parents know what VTubing is, so I'm not going to have to explain that part to them, thank goodness. That will save me a lot of time.
Oh gosh, yeah, that right there. Oh, like, okay. So when I do have to explain what VTubing is to somebody.
Yes, what's your approach? This is something I find very interesting because different people have different strategies.
Yeah, it is so hard to do for starters. I don't have to do it too often because again, I live on my own. I don't have anything to really prove to a lot of folks. I don't even really have family to worry about. But the most recent was my computer repair person. So I'm not good with hardware. So when I got a new graphics card, I went to the computer shop. I like the mom and pop ones, the ones like very personal, so like they know what to work with. And it went well for me because my approach is to just show them. I tell them like I'm puppeting something in a 3D, or I don't even tell them live 2D at first. I tell them like it's semi 3D, it's hand drawn but moves around like an animated artwork, and it picks up what you do, and they're like, okay, what is it? I had one person say, "Oh, so Betty Boop on the internet?" I was like, "Oh God."
We do have that. Her name is Pumpkin Potion.
Pumpkin, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm for people who didn't know what any of that stuff was. Pumpkin's actually a big inspiration to me too. I learned about them through the Cabal, and Cabal is a big inspiration.
We do love Cabal.
His videos and tutorials actually helped me a ton during my learning phase. I demonstrate. So with like my computer repair person, I show them. I like actually boot up the program and I wiggle a little in front of it. They show like, that's so freaking cool. I get it now. And well, next thing you know, they even like check out my channel and stuff like that. I'm very careful who I share, the connection of to. But I am open with like trusted sources. So, when I moved here, my renter's office knows, because my renter's office needs to know that like I do this because, hey, like don't send maintenance on these days I'm streaming, or, if there's a misdelivered package or something, or, I even did the smart thing, and people should know this. If you stream full time and you move, you should call up your police station and just be like, hey, I stream for a living. Here's my details.
Yep.
Here's a phone number, yada, yada.
Yep.
So if you get someone calling about something weird at this address, call me first, too.
Yes. That is a very good strategy for basically anyone who does content creation past a certain threshold of the SWAT prevention protocol, for lack of a
Yeah.
better term.
Yep. It's only like a 3-minute phone call, and they
Yeah.
appreciate
And
it.
and
They know
fortunately,
too, and you
yeah,
have to explain what it meant.
and you don't even need to explain VTubing at that point. It's just I do content. Because
Yeah.
fortunately or unfortunately, bit of both, most law enforcement agencies nowadays know about that it is fortunately something that most people are familiar with, and unfortunately something that has happened commonly enough that it is something that a lot of content creators will do. And my guess is they probably just sort of have an Excel spreadsheet or something of, okay, these are all of the folks that have told us they do content and could be prone to false alarms. If we get in a call, run it by this little database real quick and proceed accordingly.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Pretty cut and dry with that, but really it is just, whew, you gotta be safe. Yeah, I've only been in this space for 2.5 years, and again, the whole journey of just learning who I am from it. That's a big thing too, is like, I didn't have prior background. I never had been on Twitter before. I never had a past life. I've never done voice acting or content creation and any sort of thing. I don't have any connections in Hollywoods or anything like that. It's funny. A lot of like big streamers I talk to, they're like, "Oh yeah, I did this for a living before. I voice acted this or that." I'm like, I was a door dasher. So I'm still learning a ton of these things, and I have made mistakes before. I have had times where, like, oops, info appeared on screen, and I gotta like scrub out real quick.
Scrub that
or-
VOD.
Yeah, or oops, I hit the screen share button and it shows like my casual DMs with like another streamer or something. Or it is a learning phase. I fuck up. I learn from it the next chance. But I think my one issue is that I grew so quickly that I'm at the point now where like I can't really afford to make any big mistakes like that since there's a lot of eyes now. And I'm like, my learning phase was not long enough. Oh no.
Mm. Hopping back for a moment, my
Yeah, sure, I'm all over the
strategy,
place.
my strategy on explaining VTubing to folks, I've actually found a good strategy that I can boil down to 2 lines, and it's just 2 questions. First thing I ask is, do you know what motion capture is? Because most people nowadays know what motion capture is, that whether it's Benedict Cumberbatch's Smaug in The Hobbit or, any type of Hollywood mocap. The person in the mocap suit is a known thing for the most part. That usually it's only if someone's really, really up there in age that they might not know motion capture. And if they say, I don't know motion capture, I say, oh, it's technology where a camera tracks what you're doing and then projects it on the computer. And simple enough there. And if they say,
That
yes,
is
I
a
know what
good way
mocap
with it,
is,
yeah.
then you've already cleared the first hurdle. Question 2, do you know what live streaming is? Do you know what content creation is in general, as a whole? Whether it's streaming on YouTube, Twitch, whatever, creating YouTube videos, do you know what content creation is?
Right.
And that the vast majority of folks nowadays will say yes to that. And again, it's only usually the older folks that might not understand. And the one line on that is, it's a live TV broadcast, but instead of being on TV, it's online. Just, live TV has been a thing, whether it's a live talk show happening or if it is a newscast or, recorded in front of a live studio audience, blah, 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 that you have that. And
You're right.
okay. And then it is okay. It is live streaming with motion capture. That's it.
That's a great way to break it down, yeah. Because I haven't really had to hit that talk much. I don't go telling people IRL this or that. The only times like it's ever come up has been, like again, my renter's office, my landlord back at the prior place, my computer repair person, which I'm gonna have a new one since I moved, and funny enough, they actually watch VTubers all the time. I already talked to them over the phone. I was like, yeah, I live stream. They're like, you're a VTuber. I'm like, how the hell did you know that? And think that's really about it. I mean, conventions, but when I went to Offkai, I was there in person, and wearing a mask the entire time. Keeping myself there careful. But like a lot of other VTubers there, I did have my name tag, and so I didn't have to explain what VTubing is because there I was, like seeing people who knew who I
Of
was.
any
And
place in the world where you probably won't have to ask or answer
yeah,
that question, Off-Kai Expo is the one.
exactly. So like, shrug. I guess I don't really have to answer that question too often. Um, because every person, like the computer repair person, of course they know. My current the current place that I live at, the renter's office, the people behind there are sweetest angels ever. They're very like with the times, I guess.
That's actually lucky because I would honestly say, just in the blind, not knowing, I'd say there's a 50-50 shot that a renter's office nowadays doesn't know what live streaming is. It really depends. Have they had another, resident that has done content,
Yeah.
and there's plenty that have not.
That's it. You're right. Because when I was filling out the paperwork, and they were like, you have to prove your income and occupation. Originally was like, I make money from Amazon. And they're like, gotta tell me more than that, a little bit, sweetie. He was like, well, you
I
see,
I
this
would
thing
just
called
say,
Twitch. And they're like, oh. And they knew immediately when I said
okay,
Twitch.
that
Okay,
helps.
easy.
I feel like if I had to do that, and I don't, fortunately, because this is not my job. My channels are all unmonetized by choice.
Oh.
But that my thought is that I would probably say I am an actor entertainer, and then just
Oh.
provide the financial documentation. Because at the end of the day, they don't care what you do. They just want to know that their residents have a stable source of income and that they can expect to get their rent on time. So I would probably
Oh.
sidestep content as a whole and not go into any specifics and just say, I'm an entertainer. Here's the pay stubs, and it just I do entertainment work with Amazon, and that is why the check is paid out from that name, and hope that they don't ask more.
Yeah, I make sure never to go like super, super deep. Especially like being in an agency, gotta be careful and stuff.
Mhm.
And again, with that too comes the very much like race forward very fast, a lot to learn very fast. I still make mistakes, I
Yeah.
still definitely have a lot to learn out of things. And I think every streamer, like just the further you go, the longer you go, like you're always gonna fumble a bit more, but you do learn how to protect yourself a lot more easily. And SVA does a great job of looking after all of us to a incredible degree. And same thing there. Like we all make mistakes. I make mistakes there too. We just happen to have it where they're like, okay, like, we'll work with you. Well, you got this. Don't worry. Just apologize. Like we'll fix. Or half the time, really, it's just like, not even really your fault. Like you didn't
Yeah,
know.
just and or just sometimes it is a third party inquiring, and that sometimes you get someone who will take the vague answer and be okay with that. Sometimes it's a case where
Exactly.
they happen to be someone who is very thorough at their job, and sometimes it's because they have to be. That there's been cases where even HoloLive talent who have been traveling internationally get stopped at customs, and they ask, well, what are you here for? What is your purpose of travel?
Ah!
And they say,
I know that story.
I'm here for an event performance. Yes. What is this performance? Well, I'm here for a concert. Yes. So you are performing in a concert. Can I see documentation and an advertisement for this concert? I hear I'm a customs officer, and I am supposed to get the full information of people coming and going out of the country, and that they have to be like, okay, very discreetly shows one who's just like, this is my channel, this is what I'm doing, here's the page with all the ticket sales, please don't tell anybody about this, blah, blah, blah.
Yep. I've been very fortunate that I could say this. Like when I went to Offkai, I actually did get pulled aside. Not for too long though, fortunately. It was just like extra scanning and like an extra question or two. But like I was surprisingly, because I don't really like all this traveling is very new. I was surprisingly and proudly pretty calm. I just was like, what's the worst that can happen? You just go through, you do your thing. Um, like I'm ready for that thing to happen. And here, the funny thing is, like, we don't travel, we don't travel by ourselves. If we can avoid that, um, like I'm not gonna say which particular people, but me and another employee or talent of SVA, like we
Another
actually were able
known
to fly the same.
quantity.
Yeah, we were able to do the same flights and go to the same, airline. So we were traveling together. Same with Offkai itself. We were always in pairs of two, which is really, really smart. Just thankfully, Offkai was a very chill thing. Like I had a couple bad eggs towards me. Some might have even been, you might have even seen some of that stuff about it, but generally just we take good care of each other. We keep it safe. We make sure everybody is well traveled and well taken care of. It's especially nice because it's a lot of new stuff for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And fortunately, similar to the case of people knowing VTubing more in terms of if they're folks working at a computer store and even now leasing offices and whatnot, that I'm expecting that, customs agents and such, most of them have had at least one content creator come through, and that for them, it's probably getting to the point where it's a bit more understood, perhaps, is something that is going to require perhaps a little bit less granularity and explain, okay, so this is how this works, and this is what a live stream is, and the world's learning slowly.
Exactly. It's growing. This is a growing medium. There is a lot of talk about the bubble is bursting, or
BS.
there's gonna be
No.
oversaturated here or there. It's like no, it's not only really growing, but a lot of things are now getting sponsored around VTubing space. There was literally just like the other day, some stuff with McDonald's, or of course, the famous ball game last year with Hololive. I remember it was a year and a half ago.
It was their second ball game, actually.
Yeah, there was
The Dodgers have not lost the World Series since they partnered with Hololive. Take that as you will. Just saying.
It's been really nice to see that happening that way. And I'll be honest. I'll be 100% real. I didn't enter VTubing to be the super big and be there. But if I get there, awesome. I'm just here to grow and have fun. And make a calm within my means kind of living, which I'm finally at, which is why I want to start doing charities. But if I did, if that opportunity came, I would do it. I don't know with what I'd be. I mean, well, technically, I was on the local news not that long ago.
You
actually.
were.
So with Cammy, so I guess I kind of did already.
Actually, I'm curious. I didn't see the full interview. I saw a very short clip, but I am curious because I feel like half the time, and maybe over half the time, when you see VTubers on those types of local news coverage, because it's been done before a handful of times, not commonly, but it's been done, and that I feel like in those cases, and it's a similar thing of whenever local news does coverage of something nerdy, whether it's covering an anime convention or covering, a nerdy thing happened, or, like a nerdy concert came to town and did a thing, that it feels like there's this, I don't know what the phrase I'm looking for is, but you can feel that they're looking down on it a little bit, and that it's like, okay, we got told to run the story by such and such, and that we're not actually taking this full seriously, or that, the questions almost feel perhaps patronizing, or as soon as the guest is off the air and that the news reporters are, doing their wrap-up talk amongst themselves, that there's some snide remark or condescending comment. Condescending is the word that I was looking for. I hope that yours was a positive one, and like I said, for having not seen the full coverage, what was that experience like? Do you feel that they were giving you the proper respect and time of day, I hope?
Honestly, yeah. I do understand what you're saying, because you see it often with the feel-good stories. Those are the big patronizing ones. When they cover some little like a shelter, or someone saved old man from this little thing, and it's like, all right, they're asking really dumb questions, and like they clearly don't even know how to cover this without it actually being not patronizing. That's a great word. With this one though, it was focused about the convention, and it was focused on they actually asked like how VTubing works and what is VTubing. And I was like, wait, that's a good question to introduce the masses. Okay. They asked what was going on at the convention, what people could see there. It's like, oh, they're not just asking what is a convention. They asked like what activities are there and stuff. I was like, okay, this is great. They did a great job. There was a little bit of scuff. One on my end.
So it happens.
Not on my end. Yeah, imagine an airplane flying over, and I had myself muted, so like for the first 2 or 3 seconds, I was like...
Okay, only 2 or 3
hold
seconds.
on.
As long as it wasn't 2 or 3 minutes, fine, we'll take it.
Yeah. And I had the wonderful camisole Corzette there too, so it was the two of us. And it was kind of crazy, because it all just was so fast. And the biggest thing was I was just moving. So my move out date was October 31st. This happened on the 28th. I was like
Oh, you're packing.
nearly done packing. Yeah, but I wasn't gonna say no, and because it's the news. News is very much like on top of the current stories. This isn't like, okay, in a week you're gonna go on the news. This was like, hey,
This is airing tomorrow.
Yeah, Flork messaged like, hey, in 2 hours, do you want to be on the local news? I was like, sure. What do I have to do? And because it was very last minute, we didn't have everything like in line so quickly, but we still made it happen. And it's a once in a lifetime experience. It's like right up there from when Iron Mouse made me her thumbnail. I was like, what the heck? But honestly, I would do it again. They did a great job there. The only negative experience I had was actually from a few VTubers themselves. And I'm not going to drop names, but essentially, it was a local news. That's the big key word. It says in bold letters, Fox local news. But there were people who came at me and they were like, I can't believe you support Fox News. How could you do this? Especially because knowing who you are and what you stand up for. I'm like,
no, local affiliate.
Yeah, local. You know better than everybody else. Zero to do with any of the
that is run
systems or anything like that.
Entirely separately.
Yeah, and they were actually very respectful on that kind of stuff. They didn't ask anything invasive. They weren't condescending. It was one of the nicest experiences, actually.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, most of my friends understood. One or two didn't, but that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool, and that hopefully the news stations like the folks at the leasing office and other places, just another example of more people in the general public having that awareness. And it's something that really over these past 5 years has been very fascinating to watch, because it's very much, in my opinion, a when not an if, and that I have speculated, on this very show multiple times. I've said that we're not at what I would call public consciousness yet. My
good word.
My sort of rule of thumb for public consciousness is if I bring up a topic to the person at the checkout register at the grocery store, do they know what it is? If I go to the grocery store and say, oh, hey, have you heard of Taylor Swift? Person at the grocery store checkout is gonna probably have heard of Taylor Swift. If I'm talking about a given TV show, they might or might not know it. If I say, do you know what anime is? They probably know what anime is. That anime as a whole, as a form of media, I believe has reached public consciousness. If I'm mentioning basically anything that isn't a Shonen Jump title or Pokemon, not necessarily. I think that we're at public consciousness for streaming and content creation as a whole. I don't think we're there quite yet for VTubing, but we're getting very close. And we've had several inflection point moments in that it's public consciousness in Japan now. Japan has reached that point. They've passed that point. And between things like the whole live game with the Dodgers and the different news coverage that Iron Mouse has gotten and others, that it's so much better known and less needing of explanation than it was even 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and a world away from 5 years ago. Not quite public consciousness. I think we will get there within the next 3 years. I think 3 years is the timeline for it.
I'm super, super curious where this whole medium is going to go to. Because, again, it's only been 2 years of me being in it, but I have been, watching since... Roboco, but I couldn't understand what she was saying, so I just kind of lurked. And then, of course, Hololive EN Gen 1, I could understand, so that's when I truly started watching. So I have been watching VTubers for a long time, but it's wild how much has changed. And yeah, just in 3 years, I can't even imagine. The only scary factor that I have about it at all is, and I'm not going to open this up to discussion, but AI. Ugh, I'm worried about that part is probably the only thing. But otherwise, public perception, we're going to be just throwing our swings and trying to prove where we are with it. It's like any medium. It takes time,
And for all the bumps in the road that VTubing is having, has had, and will have, if you look at timelines, VTubing is speedrunning a lot of these motions. We are doing things in VTubing in terms of the successes and the failures that streaming as a whole, that other mediums took a decade at minimum to get through. In some cases, multiple decades. And we are just blazing through these things of whether it be, okay, someone has this big thing, first major partnership with a mainline brand, things with sports, implosion of big industry companies, big scandals, things breaking, out of the sphere and getting into the algorithm in more ways than one, for the good and the bad. These are things that a lot of different mediums, a lot of different industries usually have to take, honestly, 10 years minimum to go through these inevitable motions, these growing pains. And we are just hitting them one after another. And it does cause a lot of people to feel like, oh gosh, the world is on fire. This is all collapsing. It's the bubble, this, that, the other. And I look at it the other way and I say, no, no, no. These are the inevitable motions of growth, the growing pains that everything will go through. And the fact that we're just doing them one after the other is further proof of the growth and the sustainability of this all. And that you can see in the past 2-3 years alone how much things have grown. And we could not imagine 3 years ago where we are now. And I don't think we can imagine right now where we will be in 3 years.
You said it perfectly. It's like everybody thinks, that the space is constantly on fire and there's so much
everything's
drama
on
here and
fire.
there. Everything's on fire. It happens.
We're not
That's
unique.
actually a big thing is every community has its dramas and fires and stuff like that. We just think that the VTubing community has a lot more because that's the house
we're
that
in the
we're
thick
in.
of it. Yeah, that the cosplay community thinks that they have so much more drama than everyone else. The voice acting community thinks they have so much more drama than everyone else. The TTRPG community thinks they have so much more drama than everyone else. That's just how it is. That statistical
you don't know what's
inevitability.
going on in that other house.
And just
That other house has so much more going on. They let the gas on too,
Yeah.
But it has been nice to see that most of the time, it curates itself pretty well. It is hitting, like you said, a lot of more bigger public reach. And just in my 2.5 years alone, it's been hard in a good way, but like it's challenging. It hasn't been times where I was like, oh, I gotta quit or this is too much. For me, I mostly just don't engage with a lot of that kind of stuff. My feed is very positive, and again, if there is kerfuffles and fuck ups, like I will I will do my best to just like talk to to where the issues are. Thankfully, even those don't really happen very often too. I think my big thing is actually I want to slow down a little bit soon. I want to, like,
I regret
like in
to
the next
inform
month or
you,
two.
Yomi, that for better or worse, that's not always an option.
Yeah. There is one thing I'm gonna do though, is I'm promising by like this month. Okay, so I moved last month. This month I want to give myself more me time. I just want to, outside of streams, actually enjoy my new place, my new area. Maybe visit a couple places around. I heard there's a couple museums, stuff like that. I want to actually live life.
Mm-hmm.
And then in January, outside of streams, I want to, hi Helm, hang out with like my friends who've been waiting a very long time for me to actually just be one-on-one and watch an episode of an anime or something, And I appreciate all my friends who've been very patient, letting me push forward and grind so I can live a safe and proper life finally.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I'm here, yeah, that's kind of the plan.
What's the top anime on your to-watch list?
Ooh. So, to watch right now, my favorite, more recent anime is Laid Back Camp, or Euro Camp. It is 3 seasons and still going. It's not like super mainstream. You're not gonna see people wear shirts of it like you're saying with the Shonen Jump.
It's like it is a upper secondary tier. That if you know anime and have kept up with anime in the past 5 years, you probably know Yuru Camp, but agree it's definitely not a public consciousness level one.
Yeah. I have a guilty pleasure where whenever a new season comes out, because we get one like every 1 or 2 years, I will watch one episode on a Wednesday at lunchtime, and I will make a pizza, and I will, just like yum yum yum, and watch it. Because that episode, the anime, despite it being about camping, has a lot of food stuff.
It sure does, and it's not the fancy food, but it is the we're talking styrofoam cup ramen, not fancy, but they are going to make it seem like the most amazing, comforting gourmet stuff.
Yep.
It is going to make you want styrofoam cup ramen right now.
Exactly. It's funny. Like I like a lot of types of anime, but my favorite genre actually is, kind of like cute girls doing cute things that are also calming and maybe even learn a little bit. I actually really like when there's a theme. Like there's an anime right now that's very I forget the name of it, but it's a lot to do with like geodes and rocks. And
Rudy Rocks.
Yeah, and it's got like beautiful characters in it. You can enjoy that, but it's got its theme. Or I don't know, just when there is a unexpected theme you would get interested in. And you're probably wondering too, but like Yomi, don't you like those found families, heroes that rise up, save the world, RPG style things?
Hey, there's a lot of cute girls doing cute things that are also found families.
Yeah, that's true. Bochi the Rock, another great example. That got me more interested in rock music. But funny enough,
which is
that
very
kind
different
of
from
hero
Rudy
thing,
Rocks. It is a different rock.
True. This is actually a little thing about me is, as much as I love the video games based off those RPGs and stuff like that, people will say, why don't you play Skyrim? You basically are your own hero doing all of that. I say, well, because I'd rather just play a TTRPG. Or why don't you watch this anime about this group of heroes who go through and do this? Well, I'd rather just play the TTRPG. Like, it's a weird thing where as much as I love that trope, I like to be a part of that trope.
Mm-hmm.
And Final Fantasy and Tales of games are kind of my exception because those really fall into so many things I like. Because, like, I like an anime style. I like the way the characters have their ups and downs. I talked about that. You don't get that in, suddenly I forgot the name of not Morrowind,
Skyrim?
You don't get that a lot of those kind of games. Skyrim, yeah, you don't get that in Skyrim and stuff like that. It's interesting. I get like, I kind of, as much as I love that genre of games, I am very picky on those kind of games because they're long investments, and a lot of the times I'd rather just do one of my own,
Mm-hmm. Well, Humanoid Typhoon, as for her favorite Tales game, in her recent top 10 games, there was a singular Tales game among those 10 games. So that answer I know, and I will let Yomi actually deliver the punchline, but there is definitely one Tales game among them all that I can tell is her favorite.
Tales of Symphonia. I had the GameCube one. I have it on the Switch. I have posters. My top, like, my influential, like, RPGs. Final Fantasy VII, Tales of Symphonia, Berseria, a close second. I even made a tabletop game based off of. Persona 3. There's another one. I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. But, like, those are, like, huge core RPGs. Golden Sun. That's the fourth one. Golden Sun. Those are my 4, like, formative RPGs that got me to like what I like and do what I like. And look at all of them. They are found families. They are characters that bond. Even some romance in some cases. I love when you can actually have like a special ending or a romance with like one of the characters, you know? And there's, you know, eventually start off small but fight a god. You can see they all have a very similar
the classic,
kind of thing.
What is an RPG? What is a JRPG in particular if the end game is not fighting a god?
Yeah! I still remember Isaac in his little cabin and his friend Garrett, and like you literally play the game as like a kid for the first hour, and then the tragedy strikes, and then after the first hour, it's like, okay, now you're a young adult, and you're gonna leave the city, and you have this big adventure, the hero, and yeah, by the end of it, you're on top of the lighthouse fighting the 3-headed dragon, or 2-headed, and trying to save the world from being split, or, all right, I'm gonna dial it back a little, because I could ramble. But as I mentioned those games, it really does paint that picture of what stories I like, what characters I like. It's just very special to me. It's really done a lot to me.
Yeah, and it's certainly it's something of a trope now, but it's because it's so effective, and the sheer difference in the scaling of, all right, you start off fighting a bandit who is attacking a little town, and it's, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 mere mortals, and then you have, like you said, the found family, and just you sort of lose track along the way to, oh, wow, we're now fighting a large behemoth, to eventually making your way to slaying deities. And it's just,
Yep.
It's really cool to see that progression, and then at the end of the game sort of look back and be like, wow, we came a long way, didn't we?
Yeah. One of my favorite, I think my favorite tabletop campaign I ran, which is one that actually had an ending. Which Helm Chat
A rarity indeed.
Yeah, it went on for like 2 years, couple players in and out kind of thing. It started with a hero academy, and not like My Hero Academia, but like roaming, maybe, you know, like a roaming swordsman, or maybe like, you know, a family just wants to raise their child to protect the world from whatever it is. It was an academy literally meant to train warriors. And it started off where they were students, but they were students of like, they were like young adults and stuff. They were sent there like after, you know, they had gone through like regular schooling or whatever, and they, you know, made whatever their classes were, like, oh, here's the rogue classes, and we learned lockpicking today, or here is like the wizard schooling classes of this and that. I had an entire academy built. It was actually inspired a bit like Little Witch Academia too. And great anime, another one of my favorites.
Yeah. Oh.
And it started with like, okay, here is for today's like on-field experience. We have reports from this city that the well has dried, and there's attacks from like kobolds and little creatures at night. Very basic, but like fun little intrigue adventure. They go on that, and yeah, by the time we hit like level 15, 16, or end of the game, we're stopping Tiamat from being summoned. Oh. And here was the plot twist, actually. There were 5 particular towns that on the player map had a massive influence. It's where they actually fought one of the 5 regular dragons. Tiamat is made of 5 dragons. A white one, a red one, a blue one, a black one, a green one. And they actually fought singular dragons in 5 town locations. And then they realized that actually was a world map summoning circle. Because those 5 points basically form a star.
Oh, the classic, the classic. I want to call out another series that did it, but I worry that's spoilers. But then again, that series is like 20 years old as well. So,
right then.
Statute of Limitations, Full Metal Alchemist.
Yes!
You actually peeked out there that Discord actually cut off your audio because you got so loud for a second.
One of my all-time favorite animes. I actually, oh my gosh, I want to send you a photo. This'll only take me 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step away for a second because you mentioned Full Metal Alchemist. It is one of my all-time favorite anime is Outlaw Star, but like Full Metal Alchemist is like also one of those top 5 of all time. I have something I gotta show you. Give me.
Well, as would be done in the series when you have to have a short break. Full Metal Alchemist.
God dang it. Okay, give me not even 20 seconds. I'm gonna take a photo of this. You're gonna love this.
Of course, I can't say the other one until she gets back, but in the meantime, thank you to Flim Flam Gam and Koizumi Kaito for the follows. Welcome on in.
I am sending you this on Discord right now.
All right, and you're back, so that means I now need to do Full Metal Alchemist.
I recently got a cork board where I can put like all of my keychains of like, little VTubers or anime characters or things like that. This is kind of in the corner.
Oh, I have something funny to add to this too.
You see it? You see it?
Yes, no, but because I have sort of a parallel experience here.
Do you want me to drag it into it, or are you gonna be able to?
I've already got it. I've already got it.
Oh, you're amazing.
Studio mode, my beloved. So where did you pick this up as I get the picture loaded into OBS and sized and everything? Where did you come across this?
I actually don't remember, because I actually bought this when Full Metal Alchemist was being aired on Cartoon Network or I think Adult Swim or something like that. Like, we're talking, its introduction. There it is, the pocket watch. Never forget.
Never forget, October 3rd.
Yep.
A day for Full Metal Alchemist and Mean Girls fans.
So Sayori, swirly glasses on the side there. I think my brain wants to say Hot Topic.
Okay, well, hey, at the very least, that means that it's probably a properly licensed one, because I bought a Full Metal Alchemist pocket watch at one of the first anime conventions I ever went to, and then found out a little bit later, oh, this is a bootleg.
Yeah.
But if it's a Hot Topic, they usually, 99 times out of 100, Hot Topic is a big enough retail chain that they make sure to only actually carry licensed products, so.
Yeah, and this was when I was like very young and like going through the mall, and I think it was when I was just starting to go through a little bit of a goth-looking phase. I actually IRL do dress. I have a lot of like black long skirts, and I have even like some Victorian style tops, a couple of nice zip blue plaid skirts as well. I dress kind of gothy, but not like over the top, kind of like casual, casual goth style.
I didn't really have a goth phase, but goodness knows, Hot Topic was historically the place that you would go to get anime shirts and basically any anime merch or goods in general, because you couldn't find them other places. Also, Chris Speets, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders.
Raiders, pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the interview.
Yeah. I'm Jay, this is VTuber Talk, and today I'm talking to Yomi.
Yes, Yomi Quinnley here. Not a mad scientist, but a glad scientist of the Sox Vtuber agency. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. We were just talking some anime classics, reminiscing on Full Metal Alchemist, and you had actually mentioned to me, Yomi, that you prefer the original anime to Brotherhood, which I know is a bit of a hot take. You're not the first person to have that opinion, and I will admit, it is not my opinion, but I respect it.
Yeah, so... First to truly say is there is no wrong answer.
Yes, both are very good.
Yeah, they're both fantastic. There is no like, oh, how dare you? No, good. It's the whole, oh, hey, 2 cakes. I love that argument. Ooh, 2 cakes. There was a Crow Sworn, which looks a lot like Hollow Knight, and people are like, oh, this is a holiday. I was like, no, it's 2 cakes. I have the manga of the series as it is based off of, as Brotherhood is based off the manga series.
Yes.
Now, as we know, when an anime comes out and the manga that it's based off is still going, there's going to be a point where they have to deviate.
Yeah, it's either they deviate or they just stop, and at that point in time, it was very successful, so they said, well, we don't want to stop this particular train, so we're just going to keep going. And to be fair, it is not the worst deviation that we've seen. That there are some that go off the rails in a real bad way and just sort of falls off of a cliff. And even though I do prefer the manga ending to the original anime ending, I don't think the original anime ending is a bad one. If anything, my only complaint is that I wanted them to do a little bit more with it, but I don't think it was a bad ending at all.
It put spotlight on characters that we didn't expect. It changed the homunculi into ways that we also, again, didn't expect. It created a lot of different original stories, and they still were able to dig pretty deep into them. Yeah, it could have been longer, absolutely. But it was just so special, and even having that as that was my pivotal experience of an anime that really told a long story. I didn't have a lot of those. I had my Gundam Wing, I had my Outlaw Star. My first treks into anime, not my very, very first, but my first really getting to be around anime pretty deeply, were of course, a lot of the Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, Toonami stuff. But then, I started getting the DVDs, I got the New Type magazine, we had the watching anime on YouTube back in
In 3 parts, 7 minutes each.
Yep, 360p, Spanish subtitles.
Because there was no legal option at the time. This is before the days of Crunchyroll, kids. Or at best, it was the days when Crunchyroll itself was a pirate site. There's some lore that most people forget nowadays.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't know? Oh,
no.
Yomi, Crunchyroll started as a pirate site, and they eventually started to get very successful, and then said, okay, we actually do want to do right by the industry, and we're able to make connections to get some proper licenses, and then dropped all the unlicensed stuff and went on the actual legal way of distribution, and then grew into the kind of Goliath it is today, which is real ironic. But those that know the deep lore, it was originally a pirate site.
Oh. I had no idea with that. It's funny because I always do try to support. I'm always very much I'd rather try to support.
Yeah.
But, it is harder and harder these days to actually do so. I had that happen last week. I do movie nights. We can remove this image too. I do movie nights on my Discord every 2 weeks, and it's a great way where I can experience stuff I did not experience as a kid. One of them, we watched Indiana Jones last week. That's right, I never watched Indiana Jones growing up, but I gotta finally do so. And I go onto YouTube, and I properly rent the movie. I spend my $4. I want to support, even though it's an older one. And lo and behold, even when using incognito mode, there is some tool between Discord and YouTube being like, nope, copywritten, you can't show this.
Yep, that they have the screen share protections for technical
Yeah.
reasons like that, sort of by the letter of the law, it is for personal viewing only. But
Yeah.
that in the spirit of the law of, you're not holding a public Twitch stream broadcast, that this is you and, members of your active community who have joined your Discord, who have made time to watch this together. It's not something that you are hosting for perpetual viewing, that it, in the spirit of the law of, it is similar to you invited friends, watch a movie night on your couch in the living room.
Exactly. I was going to say, it's like the old going to Blockbuster, renting a movie, and sitting down with a group of a couple of friends. That's what we do.
Yeah. And that you went out of your way, you spent the money, made sure that, money's going towards creators, license holders, royalties, and all that jazz, and that you made that effort. And that's my personal opinion of what's important. And, nowadays, there's some movies and anime that there is literally no way to legally watch it anymore. The license has expired and just nobody renewed it. One of my favorite series of all time, Bakano. License lapsed from Funimation somewhere around like 2014, 15. Hasn't had a legal release since. I'm fortunate enough to own the DVD set from back in the day, but in terms of streaming, literally has not had a legal option in almost a decade. And my mentality is, if I do not have a way to support the creator, then the creator is not losing money by me seeking other options.
Bingo. Exactly. Bingo. That is the way to look at it. Also, you mentioned Bakano. I don't know if you saw that during the hand cam. I had that.
I did not see that, but yes!
That.
Oh,
Yeah!
such an underrated
have the
gem. Not enough
Bakano
people know
collection.
Bakano, Yomi.
Yes! Oh, that is perfect. We do the same with anime nights too. My lovely mods usually do the hosting. Thank you, mods. I swear I'm not working while watching the anime with. Okay, I lied a little bit. So we're like doing Uma Musume this Friday. We're doing season 2. We finished Gurren Lagann for the last month. Stuff like that.
Very nice.
Yeah. I love getting a chance to do that. My little fun nugget of a technique. Ooh, little technique here. I host my movie nights right after stream on a Tuesday. So as we're wrapping up stream, and you got some new viewers, I say, hey, by the way, for those of you who enjoyed our stream that Tuesday, because that's our movie night, we're about to watch a movie now. So come and join us on the Discord now. We're gonna watch blah, blah, blah. It's perfect. You guys enjoyed the stream. You can be a part of our community now too. And I guarantee every time I do that, we get like at least 10 or 15 new Discord members.
Mm-hmm. You hop on in.
Time, yeah.
Also,
And
for
it
those
doesn't
who
mean I don't get a lot of time to myself, because Fridays and Wednesdays and Fridays are my only days off, and I'm doing anime nights on that, and Wednesday I'm usually catching up on work and this and that, but still, it's just fun. I get to re-experience stuff I missed.
Yeah. And for those who don't know why we are so eager about Bakano, it is my favorite piece of non-chronological media, period.
Oh.
Full stop. It is the best non-chronological story I have ever seen or heard or read. And it is very difficult to explain that one second, I'm going to get the back of the box, because the back of the box writes it up better than I could. My turn to say be
Do
right
it.
back.
We'll be back after these messages.
Yeah. While he's doing that, yeah, I had a stream last week. Last week? Yeah, last week, where I hand cammed showing my entire collection. It was mangas, anime DVDs, and even games. And these games went as far back as like PlayStation 1 and GBA cartridges. Yeah, I had NES games and stuff like that, but I did have to sell them, unfortunately. Bringing up mangas like PETA 10 or Ultra Cat Girl Nuku Nuku, people are like, oh my god, you are old. Like, I have refined tastes.
Mm. Also,
Welcome back.
you sent me a playlist for the stream that I've been using, and I know you're not able to hear it on your end, but my ears sort of perked up as I just sat back down and put on my headphones. It's like, wait a minute, I know that music. We have the Little Witch Academia OST playing right now, which actually,
Yes!
I think this is stream safe. I think this,
It is,
I hope this
yeah.
doesn't get DMCA'd.
These are all.
If not,
I use
it'll,
this
at
for
least
my
on
hand
YouTube, it won't
cams.
get muted outright. It'll just say, oh, your revenue would go to somebody else. And I don't make revenue anyway. Joke's on you, YouTube.
Yep.
Ah.
Yeah,
But-
that playlist I use for my hand cams. There is like 1 or 2 songs on the YouTube side where it's like, oh yeah, but I'm like, jokes on you.
Yeah, whatever.
Although I'm probably gonna spruce it up a little bit since I'm actually starting to. My YouTube has been blowing up actually. I went from my YouTube because I simulcast. I went from it being like 5 to 10 viewers to now averaging around 30, fluctuating from
Ooh.
20 to 40. I'm like, oh, this is great. You know, I focus on Twitch, but I want to give people their choice and preference
Mm.
of where to watch. That's very important to me.
It's definitely been convenient for me of one, I probably should have done this a while ago because one of my early thoughts, 4.5 years ago was, I won't take affiliate on Twitch so I can do YouTube uploads faster and maybe even simulcast because back in the day, you couldn't do that if you were affiliate. They removed that restriction probably 2 years ago at this point, and that I just never actually got along to setting it all up, and more recently have, and at the very least, it's made it so I don't need to worry about re-uploading things, that the VOD's automatically there now, which is very nice.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But I do have with me
Lot there.
the Anime Classics release from Funimation of Baccano, the complete series, 16 episodes on 3 DVDs. That's one of the big things. The series is 13 episodes and then 3 OVAs, but I do consider the OVAs mandatory viewing. I think that the ending is exponentially more satisfying at the end of 16 than at the end of 13.
Oh,
But
glad you're taking me back because I barely remember. That's my thing.
The back of the box, though, like I said, and the thing about this series, it's an old-timey one that it takes place in a couple different eras, but most of it is in the 40s during the Prohibition era in New York City, actually. So, let's get a little old-timey, shall we?
Ha! Shall I join you?
Oh, yes, why not? Don't let nobody tell you there's no future in a life of crime, because some rackets can last forever. But we'll get around to all that immortality jazz later. A mafia turf war is raging on the mean streets of the Big Apple, a place where regular Joes bounce between backdoor booze joints and the bread line. But this caper isn't about simple gangland brawls. It's about the hoods who can't seem to die proper after catching a bullet or 5 between the eyes, sadistic hitmen and the dames they love, mad bombers going boom, monsters going bumpin', soul-sucking alchemists bootlegging an elixir of eternal life. Just remember, Baccano ain't about beginnings and endings. It's about the twists and the turns, bub. Paths don't cross in this story, they collide. Every Dick and Jane plays the lead, and it's gonna be a bumpy ride. A life of crime can last forever.
Jolly good time. Now about this good since the Great Depression. Have you mentioned that?
Yes,
I know something that Border 5 is to say. Perhaps they might have made a deal with the devil.
Ooh, well, there's spoilers in that, Yomi. Can't go telling the good folks about that just yet.
Oh.
But yes, it is.
I love
Everything in that write-up is accurate to the series. It is a wild thing, and is one that I say you need to watch the entirety of the series, all 16 episodes, within 7 days of starting. Because I can't imagine watching this as weekly release. Because the details and the storytelling is woven so well and so intricately that unless you have, we're talking savant levels of photographic memory, you're going to miss things and miss stories and plots and references in the later episodes from the early ones if you aren't watching it within a pretty short time frame. Then, it doesn't need to be a marathon, all 16 in one day, but if it's 3 episodes one day, 5 the next, maybe skip a day, 3, 4 the next, whatever, add up to 16, but that starting and finishing within about a week, I think, is the optimal viewing experience for that, assuming you're not going to do a full-on marathon, because there's just so much detail, and that the entire opening, one, it's the jazziest thing since Cowboy Bebop's Tank, which should tell you what you need to know on that, but that it is a montage of, I think, 19 characters, and there is no protagonist. That is a underlying theme of the series, is that in life, you're the main character of your story, but everyone is the main character of their story, and therefore nobody is the main character of anything, truly.
You know, it's funny. I tell myself that even like in IRL ways. Whenever I'm having issues with like another individual, I try to put myself in that like, hey, what are they going through as their main character of a series, of their life, you know? You are making me want to rewatch that. Holy moly. The hard part though is I own the disc.
But do you have something that plays DVDs? That was the question.
Time to get the PS3 going. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I might have to do that. I have a sofa. I have a sofa that's going to be arriving soon. My community, they funded like a 2-seater sofa. And, you know, that's going to be something I obviously sit and enjoy. And I could watch. Ooh, you see where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with this? Also, to answer that question, sub or dub, it's a little bit of both. Here's a quick thing. If I am fully sitting and watching the anime like that as my focus, I will watch sub. But if I am, say, working on a little project on the side, or, you know, I want something a little more backgroundy to consume it, I will have dub, because, you know, I literally can't read while working the subtitles the whole time. So, a little bit of both worlds.
When it comes to Baccano specifically, I will adamantly recommend the dub. The dub is a masterclass. It is the Funimation All-Stars in their prime. It is one of the best dubs top to bottom, I think, to this day. It has aged remarkably well. In a generalistic sense of what do I watch on average, I would say that I watch more subs than dubs, but that is more so a function of what is immediately available. That usually, if I'm watching a seasonal show, if it's not getting a simuldub, and if it's not a voice actor that has a performance I really want to go out of my way to hear, of which there's 5 at most, I'm just going to watch the sub just because I'm not going to wait the extra 2-3 weeks for the dub to come out. If it is a true simuldub, same day, all right, I can choose sub or dub, I will default to the dub. And that even as someone who has, you know, acclimated to reading subtitles, literally done it for decades at this point, there is still that non-zero amount of mental effort and cognition that you need to be spending. And those glances down towards the bottom of the screen means that you're taking those split seconds to not be seeing the scenery or be as immersed in the media itself, because you have to spend just that fraction of an amount of your mind on it. And nowadays, I say with my full chest, you need to look for a bad dub in 2025.
That's true.
That was not the case 20 years ago. And I worry that a lot of folks who are vehemently against dubs haven't heard a dub in the past 15 years.
Agree wholeheartedly. Thank you. Yes.
Because their opinions were not wrong at the time that they developed those opinions. But the landscape and the quality of the product has changed so much that since they fell into those habits and that mentality, they haven't gone back to try again. And I do encourage folks to do that. That said, there are still, even in 2025, a stinker or two here and there. There's a stinker that I saw just last season. I was like, wow, this may have actually been the worst dub I've seen in a decade. And it was rough. But that it was such an anomaly of, whoa, I say you need to find a bad dub, and I found one, but more often than not, they're actually really, really solid nowadays.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. In fact, bring it up in the chat, Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Edge Runners, yes.
Great example. Fudge, I did a whole Cyberpunk playthrough and I cosplayed my model as Rebecca. That was a huge time. I really agree with that, because you mentioned that studio too, that one of the best dubs. Do Ra Ra Ra, same thing. They really put forth, similar studios and stuff, same studios. They really brought the all-star cast of the VAs. Yeah. And I think everything in that terms with anime, like, it is getting a lot better, and there is some stuff I'm seeing with subs where sometimes they're not really subtitling them properly. I'm not going to go into that too much.
Yeah, and well, certainly even in literally this past calendar week, there was quite the kerfuffle with Amazon, and there was some news updates from ANN that the licensors were not aware of the choices that Amazon made. So that will be interesting to see what happens.
Gonna be, I have made this, it's not like, oh, my major brand or whatever. I mean, it's very clear. I guess it's a little part of my brand, but I don't wave big flags and, like, protest anything. But I really am, with me, I am vehemently against, like, a lot of censorship. There are times where, we go through things safely and properly and do what we gotta do for it. But a lot of the times, yeah, I enjoy when we had animes that weren't afraid to do the things that they did, or... Oh, I apologize. There's a knock at my door real quick.
Oh, yes, you'd mentioned to me that you might be getting some folks
Yeah.
just having new place means that they do sort of protocol things. So yes, go right ahead.
Give me just a second. Yep.
So while she goes taking care of that, thank you again, Chris Speaks, for the raid. Appreciate you all stopping by. Hope you had a good stream. And I hope everyone
Okay,
who...
never mind. Ugh.
That was even faster than
Actually,
expected.
I just looked through the... I just looked through the, peephole. And then I also realized, oh, wait, my Ring doorbell, because I have a Ring doorbell, I'm happy to say that, didn't actually say there was someone at the door.
Oh, was it like next door or something?
It was the neighbor. They were
was
just
neighbor,
kinda
yep.
dating. Yeah, just a very loud knock. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries. Pivoting a little bit, you mentioned some of the ones that you're watching more recently, Rotary Rocks and such, but you also mentioned that you're hoping to, now that you've finished the move and everything, take some time, catch up on some things, hopefully watch a few with Helm-chan. What is at the top of your list of things that you aren't watching actively that you want to watch next?
Ooh. So, the funny thing is, because we do anime nights in my Discord, usually those have been chances to catch up on stuff that I missed, or I want to, or just stuff everybody suggests. But I do have a few where, like, personal ones, ones for just myself. Like, I really, really enjoyed that time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, I'm always kind of iffy on isekai, but, like, this is a really good one. And again, it also falls in line with what I said. We're, like, good characters, found family, not afraid to set, little fan service, not afraid to, but they don't lay it on too thick, just that right amount. But, like, I didn't get to see too much of, like, the newer seasons and stuff like that. So that's probably gonna be the next one that I tackle. I also am getting, like, recommendations from friends. Vtuber Sunny recommended me, because I love, like, villains and stuff so much. She recommended, and I have this in my vids to watch.
I have already in the back of my mind, there's like 4 or 5 that this could be.
Conquest Zvedson Plot Engine? I think that's what that's called. I gotta check that one out.
Okay, I don't know that one. Conquest what?
Yeah. I'll send you it. I also really want to get into some Pokemon anime again. I heard Horizons is really good. It's been around for a little while
Yeah,
now.
apparently Horizons did really solid. My only complaint is that there's no Team Rocket.
Right? Yeah.
Like, I can
I mean,
writing
I
off
would be happy
Ash.
just to see some of the characters.
Writing off Ash was, a little sad. It was the end of an era. But I was much more broken up personally over the fact of learning that Team Rocket was not going to be following whatever twerp was going to be in Horizons, and obviously they have a different villain team, but I don't know. I don't know why, but losing Team Rocket felt like a bigger hit than losing Ash.
But you're right, because that's one of my favorite things is the fail villains.
Yeah.
The villain with the heart of gold, Team Rocket, Dr.
Mhm.
Doofenshmirtz. Dr. Horrible before he became evil in Chapter 3. Oh, there's a throwback.
Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog was not a reference I expected today, Yomi. I'm not complaining, but now I'm going to have
favorite
those songs
musicals.
stuck in my head the rest of the day. Thank you, / how dare you.
Yeah! I'm genuinely going to cover some of those.
Oh,
Ooh, another one.
that's so fitting, though.
It is. Love After World Domination. That's another.
That's one of the
really
ones that was
good,
top
like-
of mind. It was like, if Yomi
Yeah.
says Love After World Domination, that is very on brand.
That's one I did watch and I loved to death because same thing. Villain, but not actually evil villain. And get it? Even
Yeah,
romance.
uh,
I love
To
romance. I
steal
love
the
the
line
good-
from Wreck-It Ralph, she's a bad guy, but she's not a bad guy.
Yeah! I mean, that's what I do with my own villain outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, I could bring that out right now, but I think we're fine. Unless you want me to.
Please, by all means, I've had plenty of quick changes. That's one of the great things about VTubing. You don't even have to, leave set to do this.
Sure. There we go. Just press a button and on we go.
Yeah.
I love the goofy fail villain kind of characters. I was actually writing in. It's gonna take a moment to load up. 'cause
Yeah.
I have a pretty chunky model.
Oh,
there we
Yeah,
go.
one sec. I just have to resize you. There we go. Yeah.
I even I was working on an RPG a long while ago. I'm not gonna do that too much, but with the RPG, all the stuff I mentioned before of what I like with those kind of stories, there actually was a villain you would encounter multiple times, and as you do, you learn more about their story, and you kind of feel bad for them. And then there was near the final arc of fighting them is the evil villain group they were with betrays them because you're too much of a softie, and you actually save them instead, and they become a party member. And it's yeah, redeemable villain, but they still act like a mischievous jerk half the time. Of course we do.
Mhm.
I'm just such a sucker for that kind of thing. Same with gremlin characters that have a heart of gold, the layers. They may seem very one-noted silly, and then there's an episode where you see their home life, and then they get more developed and stuff like that as a character. Oh shit, layers.
Mhm.
Big on that. Very big on that.
Yeah.
Kind of do that with my own self, even.
Mm. And I do like a series is one of my favorite subgenres the past 5 years or so is the reincarnated as a villainess genre, actually. And the only problem that I have with some of them is that there's too many reincarnated as a villainess series where the villainess then isn't allowed to be the villainess, and it's just, it sort of says on the tin that they're going to be the villainess, but everything is, I'm being evil, but I'm actually being good. And
Right.
I do love reincarnated as a villainess, All Roots Lead to Doom, where her whole thing is, okay, I need to avoid the bad ending, or rather the would-be good ending, because my character is supposed to die. So I need to try and avoid that by, not being completely evil. And if that's the outset and that is the stated intent, I understand that. And the comedy in that series is that she is literally only trying to survive, but in so doing, accidentally makes all of the love interests, including the heroine herself, fall in love with her. And she is as oblivious as they get. She does not realize that she is charming everyone. She's just like, oh, thank goodness they don't hate me. They aren't going to kill me, probably, but I should be extra sure to make sure they don't want to kill me. And that's the running joke, and that's good. I don't like a villainess series that has them saying, oh, yes, I'm going to finally live out my villainous fantasies, and then they're just a good person. If you're going to be a villainess, let them be the
Yeah.
villainess.
can agree with that too. Like that may be a little less for me in some ways. I don't really like super narcissistic.
Oh
or,
yeah,
like,
not
super
not
evil
like
kind of
full
characters.
on evil, but let them actually
Like-
lean into the villainous elements. That in
Yeah.
Love After World Domination, she still gets to have her evil villainy
Yep.
moments, and no, it's not like you said full on narcissist, but it's also not complete. They let her play into her archetype at least a good chunk of the time and use it as
Yeah.
a device for comedy.
I think that's a perfect way to phrase it. Yeah, there can be a lot of comedy in villainry.
Mhm.
It's literally what I'm wearing right now. Inspired by a lot of different designs, but all of them were more kind of comic book-esque or silly anime. I mean, hell, the top antennas are the Rubber Robo Gang from Metabots. they're
never
about as
clocked
harmless
that.
as can be. Yeah, but you see it now, right?
Well, now I can't unsee it.
And my favorite, if you look at my my brooch, which is the same, it's my symbol, it's
Yeah.
a symbol for my logo, my lab.
Mhm.
I can always summon Floric instead.
I always forget you have that. It's so perfect. Chef's kiss. Love that.
Yeah. Of course, he tells me not to do some of these things sometimes, but, what's another
Yeah.
thing to do?
Flork says too many of his talents do not do thing, and the talents do because he funny. It is
Yeah,
the
I just-
man's own fault. He started this agency and brought on a bunch of gremlins and expects them to not be the gremlins that they were literally employed to be. This is a hell of his own making.
Exactly. On my end, though, I just have to be careful of Common America. So
Oh yeah,
she gets sent
they're very
after me
dangerous.
sometimes. Yeah.
Truly a hero.
A rivalry, though. We actually met. We met. How shall you say? Without our heroic and villain disguises, and we went
Yes,
shopping together. So,
incognito.
yeah. We may fight, but look, I'm not trying to go any further than win the battle, not the war.
Yes, that every hero needs a villain, and every villain needs a hero. Otherwise, they're just going to get bored. That where is the character growth? Where is the conflict? Just the narrative conflict
Megamind
needs to be
style.
there. Exactly. They
Yeah,
complete each other.
And there's even sometimes underlying connotations. Yeah, I love that stuff. Doesn't have to be either. Sometimes there's romance. Sometimes there's. I think my favorite thing is when a hero finds the villain like down on their luck, and they're not even like in their villain attire or something like that. They just
Mhm.
find like, wow, what was that just happened outside? Like you weren't supposed to see that. And it's like like they're.
Yeah, the
Maybe
vulnerability.
they're- Yeah, exactly. But God, I could ramble about that for ages. I won't. I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff you want to ask, but
But
I
it's
gotta
a,
talk about these things. I gotta really tell people the kind of stuff I'm into. And I don't get
do you have a favorite villain and hero story that you had mentioned? A couple of the more recent animes that you've been watching, but do you have any all-timers that use those tropes? Whether it is a hero and villain knowingly or unknowingly interacting outside of their public personas, as it were.
I think you said a lot with like what you said with Ash and Team Rocket. That's always been one of my faves.
Oh, true, yeah.
But it's one of those things where I can't remember off the top of my head the names, but there's been a lot of times in games where you have like the repeat villains that you fight. Oh, here's a wild one, literally wild. Wild Arms 3. We're going back to the PlayStation 2. You had a consistent rival group who are basically like evil, but by the end you work together with. Or in Tales of Symphonia, one of the player characters, Sheena, she's a villain for the first whole disc. Almost the first whole disc. Or Outlaw Star, one of my all-time favorite animes. Aisha Clan, who's one of my favorite characters in general, she was an enemy at first. She was going after the crew until like being recruited halfway through.
The enemies to friends, villain to hero trope is a tried and true one throughout anime. Hell, I have the firm belief that, and it's pretty consistent to this day, of if you are watching a shonen, the first 3 villains will all become allies.
True.
The only exception is
DBZ?
if one of them
Dragon Ball, I mean.
is the actual final big bad in their first form. But
That's true,
if it
that's
is
true.
not that, usually if it's, a villain of the week 1 in season 1, they're going to become allies. They're going to become friends. One way or another.
Yamcha, Krillin, Tien.
Mhm. Think of, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! GX of
Oh my
basically
God, yeah.
every duel in the first season. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, every duel in the first season. Bastion, Alexis, Chaz, Mai. Basically,
Yeah.
only exceptions really are Weevil and Rex in season 1. Basically, everyone else, Mako Tsunami,
Oh, yeah, all
ally,
the grunts.
even all the way up to Kaiba, and obviously the begrudging tsundere of all time, Seto Kaiba. But goodness knows, the man is an anti-hero, if nothing else.
I had a crush on Kaiba as well.
Kaiba awakened a lot of things in a lot of people.
Yeah, you said it perfectly though. And again, I could ramble and ramble, but heck, we mentioned Full Metal Alchemist. The original one, not Brotherhood, had Lust join the brothers for a little while.
Mhm.
That was huge. That was wildly different from her character, but they actually gave her a big backstory. Why? They had flashbacks through multiple episodes. It made actually a lot of sense. It was really well done. So.
Mm,
Yeah, just just thinking about all these, or Street Fighter, Cammy, back when she was a Shadaloo doll. I can go on and on. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna ramble if I don't.
like I
Well,
said,
holy
this
smokes,
is a
you could
talk
say-
show. If you're not rambling,
Yeah.
something's gone terribly wrong.
You're right. No, but I'm just very character driven in so many ways.
Mhm.
I'll draw. I say I draw. Like I actually do the rendering for most artwork. My friend Helm-chan does like the flats of the art, and I'll do the rendering and stuff. So a lot of the artwork, even Yomi herself, was drawn by the both of us. It's really crazy. But
Ooh.
all those characters had that kind of stuff.
Now, there is one thing I want to get you rambling a little bit about because I don't know if I've heard you ramble about it much, if at all, before. We've mentioned, character development. You've mentioned text RP. You've mentioned various media, various stories. There is a field of study, though, that I can't find the connection to any of your content, to any of your other interests. I've been going through this whole show, Yomi, in the back of my head, trying to find the thread to get to this topic, and I can't find it, so I'm going to just brute force it. How does entomology fit into your story?
Yes, our study of bug friends. Oh my god. So, as a kid, I had a couple things I was really into and wanted to get further into, like go to college for and stuff. I wanted to develop games. I wanted to get into etymology, a couple of these things. And but as a kid, some weird things we probably collected as a kid. I had a rock collection too. I actually had some bunch of shiny rocks.
Definitely had a rock collection.
Yep. As a kid, my parents were very much about my parents were very controlling and they were not good people, if I had to be honest. But one of the things they did a lot was go outside. You're not allowed inside for the next 2 hours or stuff like that. And it's like, okay, I don't have any friends though. I don't know where to go. What do I do? So I would go into some nearby woods. We actually had a little bit of a woods. We had a little forest and stuff. I'd go in there and I would collect bugs. And we actually had some very unique stuff. It wasn't just a couple of pill bugs and ants. No, we had stag beetles. There was a hive. There were bees nearby and stuff like that, which I actually never got stung, funny enough. And I had a fascination with these to the point that I even bought a little net, caught a couple of butterflies and fun stuff like that. I got really good at it. And I wasn't able to go as far as I wanted to into it all, but I just absolutely adored learning about these little guys. And we had books. I forget who in the family, but we had some, like, books on animals, and that involved like books on bugs and stuff like that. And I practically warped those books on a page turn to specific bugs. And snakes. I like snakes. It's not that little weird one. I love snakes too.
Well, I'm curious,
I had a pet snake for a short while.
Which were those pages?
So, God, I can't even remember. We're talking when I was like
Even if you can't remember the exact
6 or
name of the
7
bug,
or 8.
do you remember any features of them? Did you have a particular fondness for beetles, or you mentioned that you like snakes?
Beetles and butterflies.
Did you like this? Okay.
Yeah, beetles and butterflies, because, I mean, butterflies are just plain old beautiful, and I got practically hypnotized by the patterns. But beetles were that kind of thing where it's a bigger bug, so it's immediately scary. The bigger the bug, the scarier it is. But they were the absolute softies. They were some of the more, like, harmless ones you could find. And I found that fascinating. Kind of goes all the way to, like, why I actually play, like, bigger, tankier characters. Like I said, I played Tom Kench, as a main and stuff like that. Or when I was playing Overwatch, I played Reinhardt. I would just spam the word catchphrase over and over.
Catchphrase.
I dyed it green, and I had Reinhardt with the basic green skin and nicknamed it Big Zam. So yeah. I was just walking. Oh, hey, Big Zam. I have a soft spot for the big tanky boys, so like, I kind of think that actually, am I learning all of a sudden a connection? Huh. Yeah, I like my little I like my Beatles just as much as I like my show, Big Bad Beetleborgs.
I do not like bugs. I will be quite honest. My siblings and I actually got swarmed by bees when we were younger. I was the only one that didn't get stung, but I was the one that was sort of long-term traumatized by it. I'm fine, like, I can look at a picture of a bug, not a problem. I can see a bug at a zoo, no problem. If I see a cricket on the sidewalk that I'm walking by, no problem at all. If that cricket gets into my house, though, I am sorry, you have invaded my territory and you are not making it out alive.
That's fair.
I do not like bugs up close and personal with me. That, if, like, some of the bigger butterflies, even that the wings are very pretty, but if you, get one up in your face, they can look kind of freaky, the bigger ones, if they're, flying 2 inches from your nose. And that's sort of the line for me of, I went into a butterfly sanctuary and they were just flying all around, and I was like, okay, that's a bit much for me. Not on, it's not a phobia level, but I'm not the type to go out of my way to interact with bugs, I suppose.
No, that is completely understandable. I get it. I knew it was a weirder thing as well. I was out there, because I was outside a lot and there wasn't a lot to do. Like, I was climbing trees and literally playing in the dirt, I would have, this is funny, I would have both Barbies and G.I. Joes get caked in mud, Oh my God, or the Polly Pockets and the Military Muscle Men and the Micro Machines.
Ah, what a combination.
Yeah! Nothing like having Polly board the Star Wars Micro Machine Death Star to fight Darth Vader.
Princess Leia was busy that day. They needed some badass to get in there.
Yeah, I loved those. It all started from a yard sale. I went to so many yard sales as a kid. Because I didn't have a lot of money, so that was how I bought most of my stuff. And there was a massive crate of Micro Machines. And it was all downhill from there for like 2 years. I got those, and the little money I could get, together, or like maybe like on for Christmas, what few presents I did get, which really weren't any at all, because like we didn't really celebrate Christmas. So like I would get one from like a family friend or things like that. Like they would get me some stuff, and thankfully that's all changed Christmas wise and stuff. But yeah, it was mostly just me finding stuff from yard sales and dictating what my hobbies would be from that. Same with games too, until I was able to like afford some of my own by going to Blockbuster and stuff and getting the used copies of, hey, we had 30 copies of this game, we only need 20 now, so we're selling these 10.
Yep.
Hey, Majora's Mask for $10.
Yep. That's how you get it. That was closest thing we got to sort of liquidation wholesale before the heyday of GameStop, and GameStop's pricing is come and gone, and the whole advent of digital games have made it better and worse. Of just games are cheaper than ever now because they don't have to worry about the minimum order quantity for a physical disc and distribution and logistics and the retailer markup and the distributor markup. And that's why you're able to have really good games be, if done by smaller studios, 10, 15, 20 bucks, which literally wasn't possible back in the day. And I think that's also why, even though games are getting more expensive, that it's actually kind of astonishing that game prices stayed stagnant for a decade. That for basically 10 years, 60 bucks was the upper limit of a game price. And if you look at raw inflation over 10 years, that doesn't match any other market or product. It flat out doesn't. And that is irrelevant of the production costs, because the production costs of AAA games has gone up significantly. Part of that is in the hardware and the software costs. Part of that is in that the teams are bigger, and that I think a big part of that is since the companies don't have to spend as much on the physical production and the distribution for as many things, since so many sales are done digitally, they're able to then put that money into the staffing and development without actually having the end cost for the user go up. And I'm frankly unsurprised that we finally sort of breached that point where, yeah, they have to increase prices by $5, $10 for the AAA ones. And I don't mean to defend the billion-dollar corporations, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, game industry wages have also gone up a fair bit, frankly. And
it was inevitable.
I'm not going to say that every game company charges the fair and proper price. I am not going to say that every game company treats their employees as they should. I will say that more do than they used to. And that, by and large, like I said, the costs are higher. Are they efficient or not? That's debatable. But I don't find myself inherently shocked and appalled at a $10 increase.
It's a good way to phrase it. I personally am like, I don't actually buy a lot of newer, more like relevant games. Hi, Mikan! I don't really get a chance to get a lot of those new ones. But the thing is, too, is with Steam, there's always
wait for the
plenty
Steam
of there
sales.
that I'm able
That's
to
the
get a
tech.
hold of. Yep. I might even get lucky in the Digimon game. I go on sale when I'm ready for it. But I'm actually having a bit of a theory myself, where I feel like maybe this new Steam console might shake up the industry in more ways than one. We have been in a bit of a dead cycle where we haven't seen such love for console games since like the 360 eras. PS4 and PS5, I dare you to name 5 good indie titles on it.
That is, again, largely because for indie developers, it's not practical to develop. That it's not even necessarily a software thing. It's, well, why would I want to bother with the proprietary back-end stuff and physical production when I can just upload it to Steam and give them the smaller percentage that, goodness knows, developers were already paying a percentage to whether it was Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo that's always existed. That's just how publishing and
That's just how it works. Yeah.
distribution works. That's old economic and business model-y stuff. And it's just more efficient to do it via Steam.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful that we can see a good shake-up in games. I know I talk about like 360, PS2, and all that, but I just miss when I could pick up a good game with a good story, play it for 20 or 30 hours, and it's great, or have one of those games that just seems, while open world, it's not a shallow puddle. You know, I'm talking like how Grand Theft Auto was open world, but there's always something to do, and you can make your own adventures in. Meanwhile, the same open world games like Assassin's Creed, there really is nothing between those open worlds. There's really not much to do between it all. I am experiencing right now stuff I missed.
Mm-hmm.
I am experiencing a lot of games that are, we played Hollow Knight not that long ago. I played, Super Metroid not that long ago. I'm going to be playing some other Pokemon games. Nier Automata. I'm getting a chance to experience stuff I didn't get to growing up. So thankfully, I got years and years and years of backlog games to do. I mean, we did World of Goo not that long ago. We did Mirror's Edge not that long ago. It feels nice.
Mm-hmm.
Cyberpunk is over 5 years old that I was playing that.
Cyberpunk is, and it's certainly a more stable game than it was at release.
Yeah, it's actually very good now. It's very, very good now. Of course,
the
I gave it some
Cyberpunk
mods.
redemption arc is very real.
Yes. And we're even seeing an Edge Runners 2 very soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that I'm gonna be big on.
Mm-hmm. I think I haven't checked, but I think it's all new characters. Same world continuity, obviously. Obviously, without too many spoilers, if they were to try and continue the story from where Cyberpunk Edge Runners Season 1 left off, they'd be somewhat hamstrung, shall we say, for options. And so I think and fully expected will be a new cast. I hope we can get some cameos from the old cast. I'd love, even if it's just a little bit, or maybe if we can get one or two characters that become central to the main cast, even if they are secondary characters instead of primary now. I would take that.
Listen, all I can say is, because of the game, we have a way of holding on to engrams of the dead. So, you never know what they could do with that. For those who truly want the copium, which I certainly want the copium for a certain green-haired, anyway.
The irony when the secondary character's death hit the fandom harder than other characters. Spoilers, not spoilers. The series isn't that new, but it's also not so old that I'm just gonna blunt force spoilers. But most folks know it's not a happy series.
Yeah. When I did my playthrough, I had myself cosplayed as one of the characters, and we basically wrote it off as like, this is the story of a what if, they're still around.
Alternate timeline.
Yep. And it was a lot of fun. I roleplayed a little bit. Eventually, I deviated. I learned that, and I'm really learning about this with my community more recently, is I don't do as many collabs. And we dropped the roleplay of like me being fully in character because my community and we love to interact with each other. I will still do collabs, of course, but big group collabs, extremely scarce for me. Whereas one-on-ones, more than happy to, because I can still really interact with my chat and stuff. We can still really do that. We can bounce off each other and chat. But when it's a group, it's harder to interact with the chat as much. So, we did a roleplay where I was actually like, quoting and being a dialogue. It dropped pretty quick because I was like, I miss talking to you guys as much. To the point that I had a roleplay toggle saying on or off, and I'm just like,
that's smart. That's good. I've only seen that once or twice, but I think that's a very good mechanic for any live streamer content creator, regardless if they're VTubing or not, to be able to just have that as the visual indicator.
Yeah, it literally was just like with a cyberpunk style. It had like a green button saying roleplay on or red for roleplay off. So, if I get raided, I would hit it, and the button went red, and I'd be like, hey, everybody, blah, blah, blah. And it was nice, but yeah, just over time, I missed talking to my community, and I'm learning as I go into my 3rd year of streaming. When will that be? 5 months from now. May 15th is my debut day, so a little over 5 months from now. As I'm getting closer to it, now that I've honed my craft of, like, who I am and what I want to do and new projects and really getting my rhythm, my next thing is kind of like, what things do I want to drop? What things do I want to focus more on? What have I learned that my community really likes more of that, of course, I like too? Don't do things that you don't like, because your community, even if they like it, will eventually realize that you don't either.
Mm-hmm. But it's time for the glad scientists to do a bit of science, perhaps. The experimentation and the data, control variables, this, that, the other.
Exactly. Which, speaking of, I'm going to swap my model back to the normal one.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that. There we go. Loading really quickly. Should take a moment. Hand cams. I love hand cam streams. And I've done some science streams before. Gonna do some more now that I have a better living space. So that'll change too. Okay, I'm gonna do more science here.
And with hand cams and with science, that I do firmly believe that one of the most practiced forms of science in humanity, where'd it go, is cooking. Because that is absolutely science, that you're combining your different chemical ingredients together. There is certainly an artistry to it and literal taste involved here, but the science of taste and smell and everything else therein is, I firmly believe, science, and it is something that you have not only enjoyed in your personal time. Obviously, everyone eats one way or another. I myself am not a particularly creative or talented cook, but that you've been doing a fair bit more cooking, and even more so starting to work that into your content.
Yes. I love to cook. And I'm realizing more and more as I've been sharing photos of what meals I make that I'm pretty good at it, I think. I had to learn cooking very early age. Again, the whole, how to support myself as a kid. And it started simple. It started for me literally having those, those noodle, the ramen packs, those 30 cents stovetop noodle packs. And it started with me experimenting, just like, what kind of seasonings are good in here? What's this? Worcestershire sauce? Is that good in it? Oh, that's what that tastes like. No. Ooh, lemon pepper. I like this. Ooh, literally the cheapest experimentation possible. And then, as I go into college and I have a little bit more money, first I'm learning how to make the food I order, like fast food, more tasteful, and what I can do when I bring it home. Then I'm learning, like, breakfast, eggs. Let's cook with eggs and figure out what we can do with that. And now I got all sorts of breakfast recipes. My favorite meal of the day, breakfast. To the point now where this curry here, I made this curry sauce myself. Like, it's not just, like rice and chicken and curry sauce. No, I made the curry sauce. I sauteed those onions. I put in the curry powder, some cinnamon, paprika, even like a little bit of tomato paste, the chicken pieces, that touch of the coconut milk, sugar, salt, ginger, all of that going in there as well. Like, I love doing that. And breakfast may be my favorite to make, but I like to make whatever I can with whatever's available and experiment. And I want to stream it soon now that I've moved.
And speaking of breakfast, you sent me some pictures of your breakfast. We have here a fantastic looking bagel sandwich, which is just, I'm seeing some eggs, some meat, some cheese. Just it's classic here, but that looks like a restaurant quality sandwich there.
Yes, that's what I really try to do, is a little bit of presentation. Like, so this one was like, I did have some other forms of like good cheese. I usually shred my cheese. I get a cheese block and shred it. When I do bacon, I use the air fryer and I degrease the bacon as it goes, and I flip it and I put seasonings in the air fryer at certain temperatures. The eggs, I know how to get the pan just right for the eggs, whether I'm doing scrambled or sunny side or just for poaching or whatever. Avocado, like a little bit of avocado goes a long way. Toasting not only toasting the bagel, but making sure you get the butter on there with the right amounts. Maybe some special seasonings on there. Spoiler, I mentioned curry powder. Curry powder on an everything bagel is heaven. Sneak that in there with a little bit of butter. Melting it up just right. I've been getting a little bit of, like, touch-ups to it. I think, as simple as, oh, well, how do you make your egg good? It's like, well, yeah, there's the salt and the pepper. There is the temperature of the pan. There is, when you scramble it, getting just a touch of milk in there. There is, of course, you can mix yogurt in there as well if you want to be a little extra fancy. Or my favorite is when the egg is about 1 minute left, that's when you shred cheese on top of it. You're not going to see a slice of cheese on that for presentation, but there's going to be cheese on there, and it's in the egg itself, and it's still gooey and stretchy because you didn't do it in the beginning to brown it. It's all these little things, and it's all self-taught, watching You Suck at Cooking, that's a great channel. Binging with Babish, or just seeing YouTube shorts. There's one YouTube short going around a lot right now. This guy does like a lot of life advice with skits, but it's centered around cooking. I don't know. I see it. I'm like, I make that. What do I do?
We also have here, let's see, I think it looks like a Benedict of some sort.
Ooh, okay, yeah. So, naan, or, Indian bread.
Oh,
Naan
okay.
goes a long way. This was naan. I put in some special stuff with the naan. I put in some garlic, especially. A good bit of garlic.
Yeah, I was mistaking the
actually have
naan for English muffins.
No, you're good. Naan, some lemon peel slices. Garlic and lemon can actually go pretty well if you do just the right amounts. Some sour cream on the base. Scramble the eggs. The cheese is mixed in the eggs, just like I said there. Putting that on. There is, I believe this one has chicken in it, so I would usually dice up chicken, season the chicken, put a small bit of olive oil at the base of the pan, or air fryer, whichever. Just gradually mixing the seasonings, because some you want to do early. Some seasons you want to do right at the start of it. Some seasons kind of want to put more towards the end of it. Put that on, and then, to make it a little the cheaper end is, got some buffalo sauce, sprinkle that on.
I was saying, I was like, okay, I'm trying to figure out what the orange sauce is, and I was like, I don't think I've heard anything that quite fits yet, and that's the answer, just buffalo sauce. And sometimes it is that easy of something that you already have, something that is already used very commonly, and, hot sauce of various types on eggs, whether, some people put sriracha on eggs, some people put, I'm blanking on the name of the classic Mexican hot sauce that is completely just...
Sriracha?
Was that, no, because sriracha is an Asian variety of some sort. I think
I
Vietnamese,
forget.
I could be
I know
wrong.
what you're talking
but,
about.
But there's the classic Mexican hot sauce that I'm blanking on, but that, in lieu of that, buffalo sauce is going to do just as well. Tabasco is the one I was thinking of.
Tabasco, that was...
But also Cholula, yeah. That those two are sort of the go-tos for, those who are really deep in the sauce of hot sauce will say that there's a lot better, but those are to borrow my own phrase from earlier, those are the public consciousness level Mexican hot sauces, yeah.
Yeah. I love to mix all these with different stuff and just trying to find what's around the house. Even my salads, like, I will make sure I cook the chicken thoroughly for the salad. I will have really good quality, even bread my chicken as well if possible. I'll get some walnuts, because I actually have... Here's where I get creative. Like, I have trail mix. My favorite streamer snack to stay healthy, to eat right, and to give myself some power. Trail mix. Walnuts, cashews, almonds, maybe some dried coconuts. Maybe there's like an M&M in there, something like that. But what is a topping you see on salad sometimes? Sometimes you see almonds and nuts. So I actually will, like, as I'm cooking, like I'm making a nice salad, I will fish my hand in the trail mix and pull out some nuts from there. Or, I have maybe I want it to be like a fruit one. Well, I didn't eat my daily banana today. Okay, I'm gonna slice up bits of the banana, and I will actually fry it so it's more crispy. And then that goes in the salad. Yeah, Honestly, the thing for me with cooking is just being creative about what's around you.
Mm-hmm. Real banana is such an underutilized flavor because artificial banana is, well, I would say also underutilized, but it's artificial banana and real banana are not the same flavors, and I will stand by that.
No, you're 100% right. There's no such thing. You ever eat runts and you have the banana runts? Like,
Yeah, or just, banana Laffy Taffy that the artificial banana, and it's not terrible usually, but it's also one of the farther ones from the source, certainly.
Yeah. I actually eat a banana a day usually. It's my go-to fruit, my go-to thing in the morning.
It's just an easy one that, you don't need to worry about it. It's not as chewy. It's not likely to get in your teeth as much. Just an easy one. Quick snack.
I'm always, every morning, there's a cup of coffee, there's a banana, there's some form of a breakfast. Usually it's got some eggs in there somewhere. And then the rest of the day could be whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cookie baking!
Yes, and when we... setting all that, fruit health food aside for a minute.
In sugar cookies.
Ooh, caramel and cookies is not as common as I would like it to be.
Yeah, I wanted to do a reliable where hey, I'm going to experiment, but if these go horribly wrong, at least I have some chocolate chips. And so I actually bought some caramel, and I diced it up, and I was like, is this going to work? Usually I watch a YouTube thing. Usually I get some guides, and it did! The caramel, actually melted very well in it, and it just, I want to do more baking now, too. I don't get to bake as much, because usually when you bake, tends to be something for, a group of people, and baked goods tend to go bad pretty quickly. And I always had just myself to worry about, so it's well, I'm either going to have cookies for the next 4 days for dessert, or, what else am I going to do?
Or they'll all be gone by the end of the night because I made them for a group.
Yeah. And hopefully, the new place I've moved to, I'm going to start, bringing people over once, the sofa arrives and some other little things.
Now, very important question here. Are this plushie and mug still available?
No. So this is a while back. That mug was actually back with... So I'm current with Kawa Entertainment, and that's what we have for SVA. We have Kawa. This mug was when I was indie, and I literally had Stream Elements merch. And that was one of the things. Nowadays, I'm not happy with it because they moved everything to fourth wall, and when they moved everything to fourth wall, all of your saved designs got deleted.
Oh no!
Yeah, everybody was livid, and I was like, well, I'm never gonna use this again, and I hopped to Uwu Market, and I want to say this is actually a very nice thing. I went to Uwu Market, I had a very pleasant experience. Obviously, when I joined SVA, I have to be with Kawa, which I had a very pleasant experience. But I did the right thing, just like quitting a job. I said to Uwu, hey, it's been great. I do have to leave soon, though, and I'll still recommend you all, if people ask. And, to this day, I still hear from the person from Uwu once in a while, just like a business relation kind of thing,
Yeah. And you do occasionally have... Oh, sorry. As for plushie, go ahead.
Oh, it's a quick thing. That's a personal one. There's a long story behind it, but I won't get into it too deeply. The TLDR is a long time ago, 10 years ago. I commissioned 3 plushies. I got one of them. It was a Banette plushie, Pokemon Banette. The other 2, the person ghosted for 7 years. So I paid for 3 and only got 1. Then 7 years later, so 2 years ago
They showed back up?
Yeah.
Mad respect in their own way of just obviously it's not good that they ghosted you for 7 years, but I will give them a non-zero amount of points for coming forward after that time and saying, hey, been a while.
They gave every excuse under the sun. And they said, if I make these 2 plushies, could you remove your bad review? And here was the thing, though. My other 2 plushies, back then, 10 years ago, Pokemon plushies were hard to come by.
Yeah.
Now, the other 2 plushies were to be a Mawile and a Magnemite. The Magnemite was going to go to Helm-chan. 7 years later, I have a Mawile plushie, store-bought. Helm has several Magnemite plushies. I didn't need that. So, like, well, what could I do? I said, well, can you condense those 2 into 1 premium? And so, there it is.
There it is. It's a roundabout way, and, hey, they got there. That it's certainly bold of, hey, I'm doing this because I want to get rid of a bad review, but that's also sort of the purpose of reviews, to sometimes you gotta give those folks the little kick in the rear and the incentive to actually do the thing, and, well, the system works.
Yeah. Moral of the story for me, never order art off of DeviantArt ever again.
Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna say there's your problem, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm.
Whole different landscape now, though. I mean, we now have, Etsy and Makeships. I mean, for the bigger Etsy for personal, but we all have Makeship and U2s and stuff for commercial, multiple. Which maybe I'm looking at. Maybe there will be something in the future. Mm-hmm.
Well, right now, in addition to the ones that you mentioned and that we do have in terms of more conventional merchandise, there are also specialty providers which will usually be able to have partnerships that are done in addition and not conflicting with other manufacturers such as Kawa. For instance, you and the other folks at SVA have a partnership with After Midnight Candlery. And you can, in fact, right now, buy Workplace Hazard, Yomi's candle, which smells of blueberry cheesecake and caramel, which is a very interesting combination that, you say those 3 and it's like, that's a lot, but that's still a realistic cheesecake of, a fruit cheesecake with a little caramel drizzle. I've had that before. Usually I go for the strawberries, not the blueberries, but I can see where all this is going. What was the origin of that? Did they suggest and say, hey, we've come up with what we think would be representative of you? Do you approve of this? Or did you go with them and say, I want this specific combo?
I cannot say enough good things about After Midnight Candlery. So first off, you are right. We have some outside of Kawa. I have Oshi Bubbles. I have a bath bomb, which is blueberry vanilla. Hey, kind of leaning towards a similar thing there, right? I even have a Fortnite code I'm allowed to have, like Yomi Quinnley, and a whole bunch of other stuff out there, which is crazy. I got a Fortnite code. But with this candle, my whole community has the joke of, blueberry. It's one of my nicknames. And yeah, aside from banana, I had blueberry oatmeal this morning.
Hey.
Yeah, I love to cook, but if I'm not feeling too hot, I always have an emergency oatmeal and an emergency chicken noodle can. I wasn't feeling
always
so hot
have
this
the
morning,
easy ones on standby just in case. Keep a couple just in the pantry.
Exactly. And with that, so I can say the person behind it, Naren Serene, is a VTuber as well. And that's what I love with After Midnight Candlery, is it's candles for VTubers by a VTuber, who VTubes pretty much all the time. She is on 4 or 5 days a week. She's at it. It's awesome. And they said their entire scent catalog and said I can combine quite a few if I wanted to. And I can combine up to several. So I chose caramel, cheesecake, blueberry, vanilla, almond, birthday cake, and a couple of other scents that I really liked. Big banana was there too. And Naren made 4 candle combinations, plucking from the recipe, from the many ingredients I gave. And literally is like, Yomi, go ahead and burn them all. Have fun. It's package sent to me for free with a drawing done by them, which I still have to this day. Cute as heck. And I burned them all and I chose like, oh, I like this one. And then I gave them the artwork and it moved from there. But like, that's the coolest customer service ever. Like, we're gonna surprise you. We're gonna send you a whole bunch of different smells. You gotta choose the one you like, and then I to this day I rave about it. I'm gonna light that candle right now.
Yeah. And actually glancing through their catalog right now, I'm hoping I didn't miss any, but at the first glance, there are actually 4 past guests of mine that also have candles with After Midnight. Vil, VTubers I love, Giga, Papa Mutt, and Gamer Goblin Gary all have candles with After Midnight Candlery. So do be sure to check them and many others out that I had a lot of names to scroll through. Seems like they have, like, this is probably near 100 candles. This is a lot.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this to be like exaggerative. I think they're
hashtag
like the number one
sponsored, but hashtag not sponsored, but hashtag legitimate. and it makes sense.
Hey, they can make something for you too.
You explained they send you that. Yeah, that including all of Gen 2.
Yep, Gen 2 just had this release this week. So right now, I just let mine. I have Cami and Snoozies. I light Camis sometimes during like ASMR or something like that, and then I had Snoozies sometimes at night to like help those sleepish. Allie's Alien Mixtures is on the way, along with Porcelain Maids. I ordered that one, and then the Gen 2 ones we'll all get like, a pack of just for the feel goods and the thank you and stuff like that. It's all really nice.
And
oh my gosh,
based on how you explained them, sort of allowing you to pick your flavors, as it were, it makes sense how this business model works. Of they have this catalog of scents that they know they can make, and I assume from a production standpoint, it is essentially, okay, we combine, we have our giant pantry, so to speak, of ingredients, and we just combine them on the to-order basis, put in the relevant color dye, and there you go. And they're actually pretty reasonably priced at $10 a candle, which for candles, that's not bad. My guess is you're probably almost paying as much in shipping at that point.
I should remember off the top of my head, but yeah, like, and they do more than just candles. They do wax melts, car diffusers, what was one that caught my eye? Soap. Like, I could have blueberry cheesecake scented soap. I think like hand soap, like the squirt soap. But yeah, and it's one of the nicest things. I'm not even like trying to sell the product here. I'm just saying, like, I really love when
people make cool stuff.
VTubers
we love seeing people make cool stuff.
I want to have a cookbook one day through SVA. I want to give that out to people. The coolest idea would be if I had a science kit one day. Like, that'd be, I don't know. I love associating the stuff that I enjoy or things that are useful. I love a good t-shirt, a good poster, a good keychain. I will always buy those. But the shirts are nice, as you can use those conceptually like plenty of times. But I love also like something that I use a lot.
Full agree there. And I go for the functional stuff.
Yeah, I still have, even though this is a long time ago, that a teacup or a coffee cup. But my Oshi, Roko the clown, she has a coffee coaster, a cup coaster. And you can hear me dropping right now. I use all the time. I drink my coffee, I put my mug on top of Roko's face. Like, I love that kind of stuff, yeah.
What would you put in the Yomi Quinnley science kit? What type of experiments let's operate under the more realistic assumptions that no, you cannot put the demon core in your science kit however much you may want to. But from the practical standpoint, what would you want to see if this were to be made someday?
I honestly really, really like the, like person's first kit. So I don't want it to be, the very, very simple ones that are like meant for kids. I want it to be a science kit for adults or for like, even teenagers. It's easier to do and understand, but it's not like, oh,
It still
just
says
turned into
keep
a
out of
pretty
reach of
color.
children.
Yeah, I do want to see like, hey, this you should do in a safe and fumigated area. It's not too difficult, but it will teach you about specific fundamentals.
Mm-mm.
I can't say for sure off the top of my head like exactly what kind of experiments I want. Definitely some stuff involving chemical reactions, but I think it would be really cool if these can be, legit, like put on your plastic gloves. Like these are good experiments. Because I am a little tired of seeing science kits that are just like, haha, this makes bubbles.
It makes
like,
bubbles.
alright,
And
cool.
it is
like,
tough of just, all right, for liability reasons that, companies usually don't want to put things together that can cause issues no matter how many
Yeah.
disclaimers they have, and that science kits aren't exactly thought of as, non-children products. They aren't even thought of usually as teenage products anymore. And I
yeah.
see how we get to where we are with those. But I fully agree, and I do think, especially for you of all people, Yomi, it is your literal brand that if anyone could justify a, teenager, adult, non-child science kit, it would be you, and it's just going to be, all right, I'd imagine it would be rather difficult finding a merch provider who is capable
Yeah.
of doing all that. That I am not going to begrudge Kawa or any company who says, "Real sorry, Yomi, we can't do that."
Yeah, like being fully serious, it really is more of a pipe dream kind of thing.
But I wouldn't
Um,
call it unrealistic. Challenging, yes. Difficult, you'll have to find
Yeah.
the right group to do it. But I don't look at it and say, "Oh, there's no way."
Yeah, I have a lot of other stuff that I want to do first, and I'm genuinely like, working away. I just had, I did just have a merch release, so I'm on the cool off period. I want people
Yeah.
to be able to, especially focus on the holidays.
Hey.
I'm gonna be real. I don't want people. Well, actually, I was saying I don't want people really focusing on buying my merch too much on the holidays. But at the same time, if it's something that's like a gift for somebody,
Yeah,
that's perfect.
buy her merch for the holidays to give to your friends to get them into VTubers.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is the time of
I
year
wanna
where
make
we can
sure-
infect people.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, Bazooka Witch, you might have missed the story earlier. It is a Yomi plush, but it is a custom-made one. Sadly, there is not a Yomi plush on the market at this time, giant asterisk.
Who knows? Who knows what'll happen in the future? Yeah. I can say, I'm keeping track on a lot of future ideas and things that I want to do. But as of this as of this month, did just have some very big stuff happen, especially with the move too. I'm having a very controlled cool-off period. Ooh, that's a good way to phrase it, yeah.
And a very understandable one, certainly. That with everything just of the move, that takes a lot out of you. Mentally, physically, time. And that,
Yeah.
like you've been saying, you've sort of been getting back in the saddle over the past week or two, and that even when I first reached out to you, that you were very upfront of, hey, in the middle of the move right now, we're going to schedule for a few weeks, and we made it work out. It was actually quite easy. I have had many other shows that I had to schedule even farther in advance than this one. This one was really, really easy, actually. But Ned, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you end up doing. And like you actually just mentioned, we're almost at the 4-hour mark. Time does fly.
Yeah. I've been just thoroughly enjoying it all. It's really that thing where, because of the move, my hands have been really tied. I've had to tell people through the later half of October and pretty much all of November, like, hey, no collabs. I'm usually very active in like a lot of my, communities and discords and stuff. But of course, like I've had to pull the plug on that a little bit. I was very flattered even. Like I've had Gen 2, like they even like said straight out, like, you're in the middle of moving and you're sitting here for hours in the Discord, like helping us learn how to set things up for stream and stuff like that. I'm like, absolutely, I'll make whatever time I can. this is where I like to be, and I want to see Gen 2 freaking shine. But also, I happen to tell my friends and some folks, like, I do need to cool off a little bit. Or any collabs that I do for December, they're gonna be a little, I don't want to say easier or lighter in an insulting way, but just generally like something that doesn't require as much juggling
Less
around.
heavy lifting and planning.
Yeah, I say as I have 3 collabs this week.
Yes, you do, because you had me, you were with Necronival earlier in the week playing
Yeah.
League, and you have the SVA Spelling Bee on Sunday, which is going to be hosted by Malfina.
Yes.
I'm curious,
That's right.
how confident are you, Yomi, going into the SVA Spelling Bee? Do you think that you have a chance, or is this going to be, all right, we need to survive the first round?
I've been playing Wordle a lot.
So you'll be really good at all the 5-letter ones.
Yeah. I actually, oh, this is funny. I actually can, like, I have a very weird knowledge of words. I have some of the, like, very advanced or silly or fun words I could do off the top of my head. But then there are others that I have been mispronouncing my entire life, and to this day still misspell. I still, to this day, mix up the A and the U in because or cause. I still, for the word turret, I still put an N, like torrent. For all of my life, I called it torrent. So I have a lot of silly misspells, and it shows. It shows. I don't do all right. I don't think I'm gonna win it, but I'm there to have a good time. And if I do win, and there's any sort of stuff that I'm rewarded, I'll just give it back to whoever I can.
Yeah.
I'm just there to
No.
have a chance to be with them, because, and this is a very real thing. Is like I do struggle to get into some collabs for SVA, because while some stuff, not on SVA's end, but like with our talents and stuff, a lot of my fellow talents, they like to do stuff a bit more sporadically. Good, that's them. That's what they should do. But I've always been a planner. I've always been someone who, I get collab offers every day. I actually have a DM for one to go look at later. And so I have to tell them, like, there's already been so much planned. I got to put that up for later. And for the spelling bee, that has been planned for a while. So obviously I was able to be like, ooh, I got time. It's going to work on my schedule. Absolutely. Same with some other stuff that we may have planned that I can't disclose just yet.
Hee hee. Stay tuned, stay tuned.
Yeah. That's basically my big old the big thing for me with stuff. Just give me time. give me a schedule. I think that falls in line with and I'm gonna say this just very lightly and very off the cuff, like, that goes a little bit hand in hand with my autism. I work better with things planned. I don't do very well sporadically on things.
I mean, I don't even think that's an autistic thing, Yomi. I think that most people, frankly, just operate better when they have a schedule, when they have expectations, when they know, this is what I'm doing today. That's why schedules are a thing. But obviously, naturally, sometimes folks find even greater value in schedules, but certainly do not begrudge yourself. Do not think that you are imposing on anyone by wanting to have a schedule. I think that is, I think that's quite a reasonable thing.
I think it goes back though to the news thing. Like I said, the news thing, because it was public news. That's the day of. News happens, they need to enact on that. So like again, news thing, I was like, hey, do you want to do this next couple hours? I know this is not your kind of thing, but like, you're right, but I'll freaking make this work.
Oh yeah,
like,
I'll
jury rig it.
If something special comes your way, you have flexibility, and I think that's the key in everything, of just being able to be flexible within reason, being able to go outside your comfort zone within reason, and taking opportunities when they present themselves.
Yeah, huge. That's actually a great thing that you just said, opportunities. That is another big thing with SVA and with where I've been at is opportunities. Being able to have the maid cafe at Off-Kai was a fantastic sort of thing. Even getting to have a code with gamer subs, which I'm probably gonna have a gamer subs in a little bit. Anime girl thigh is my favorite flavor, and I could practically taste that. Gee, the anime girl thigh, orange creamsicle.
Orange creamsicle, inspired by
being-
Flork of Cows in chat right now.
Yeah.
Microphone.
Wait, isn't chat? Hi.
Hey, boss.
Hi. Shit.
Everyone act naturally.
No, I was saying though, with that, a funny thing is, we were talking about my candle earlier, and blueberry cheesecake caramel, my favorite gamer subs, orange creamsicle. You know, you're starting to see a pattern. I love sweet flavors. I love, like, sure, I could get the fruity this, I could get the strawberry that, but like, no, I want the caramel. I want the dark chocolate. I had a s'mores coffee this morning.
Ooh,
That's what I'm talking
that's
about.
the
Only
good stuff.
1 cup, so I have room for, you know, like the gamer subs later. You don't do too many cups of coffee and that. But yeah, I have a sweet tooth, a controlled sweet tooth. But I do really like the more unique stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm definitely a sucker for the sweet stuff myself. That, you know, even when it comes to drinks, of all right, I can appreciate, you know, a beer or a bitter or whatnot, but I just like sweet things.
Yeah. That's my, you know, after stream. My favorite after stream is some little candy and tea. So last night,
Ooh.
or not last night, the night before, I had some, I forgot what kind of tea it was. Oh, right, it was a Gamer Subs tea, actually.
Use code Yomi.
I had a Gamer Subs tea, and I had a good handful of M&Ms. And, you know, I have that, and I have a little ASMR, and Uma Musume. So, like, if I'm not doing the main story stuff, I'll have the game muted. And, you know, it's since it's a daily gacha game, you kind of have your daily grind. But I have some ASMR, and it's really good. It's very important, actually, for especially as streamers or people who work later at night, to have a method to help yourself get into more of a sleepy state.
Yeah.
And it works for me very well.
That does sound like a very nice evening of just some tea, some Uma Musume, some ASMR. It's not what people think of when they think of the calm aesthetic, but you listen it all out and it's like, oh, that just sounds really nice right now.
Yeah. As much as it's been a wild life getting here, I like to think I've done very well on self-care, I work extremely hard, sure, but as soon as I know I'm not feeling well, or if I don't stop soon, I'm gonna burn out, I know when to pump the brakes. Or I know when I need to do something for myself in terms of like, all right, yeah, you do need to get better sleep. You should fix that. Or you're probably gonna be sick tomorrow. I can feel something. I can feel a little ick.
Mhm.
I have the superpower of knowing when something bad is gonna happen to my body sooner than most, so I can work around that pretty well.
And it's a good sense to hone. I'm very similar, that I've gotten to the point where I can sort of feel, okay, I've got a bit of a headache. I can tell I'm getting a little bit feverish. I'm going to take an ibuprofen right now and maybe some Theraflu or something, just try and squash this before it actually escalates. And that as you just learn your own body over time, it's a natural thing that you can figure out where that line is and hopefully make sure that you are able to, if it is a overexertion, exhaustion type of thing, to make sure that you are able to stop yourself before you end up crossing that line, or that if you feel more natural illness coming your way, that you can sort of nip it in the bud.
That's extremely well said. If you have more control over stuff like that. And it's funny because there is literally an urban dictionary for the phrase Yomi resting, which is where you have a day off.
That's
but
how you know
working
you've made
Saturday.
it. That's how you know
Yeah.
you've made it.
But as much as it is a joke, I do tell people all the time, like, look, I am not a role model for how you should be like resting or working so hard. Like, I had a reason to work as hard as I was for the first 2 years and getting to where I was. That was because I wanted to live a healthier life. I wanted to get out of like a bedroom prison. I wanted to get away from people in my life that were constantly taking me down. I wanted to live. I wanted to live a proper life. So I busted my butt. And now that I'm here, I'm definitely gradually going to slow down. Because if I don't, Flork gets the hose again. Now, actually, here's a funny joke. I say this, of course, this is the joke here, but Flork even DMing one time, just like, I swear to God, Yomi, if you're not resting today, I'm gonna reset all your passwords. Like, he wouldn't, but it's like, it's such a great recognition.
I don't know.
It is great, like, a recognition of, like, hey, even my talent managers and boss and everybody, like, they know that I do need to, like, focus on that, and they encourage it. And having an agency that encourages, like, hey, talents, like, fuck off. Not like, you have to, grr, we're gonna pull it. No, it's like, look, I'm joking, but, like, go take off. Go do this thing. It's like, yeah, you're right.
Mm-mm.
Man's gonna take me out to, Hot Pot again at this rate.
Ooh. Dang it, now I want hot
That's how we
pot.
met, actually.
We actually
there, but...
do have here because I made bullet. Yomi resting. When you say you're resting, but your idea of resting is working on your days off. A term started by the Yomi Quinnley community. Hey, are you resting? Or are you Yomi resting? You're not Yomi resting again, are you? The name's Hezi, and that's from over a year ago. This is not new. There's precedent. There was precedent enough to have this entry made some 18 months ago.
Yeah, to a funny enough point where other talents now use this phrase too. I'm like, no, that's not a bad. That's a bad thing. Don't do it. I am going to continue to work hard and do what I do, but now that I am in a safer living space and I can manage my time better.
Yeah, I think this is the beginning of a really big and exciting new arc for you, for lack of a better term, that I think you're actually going to end up looking back on things a couple years from now, and I would not be surprised if you sort of draw a mental line of memories and things of pre and post move.
Probably, yeah. It's already kind of like, yeah, you're right. Not even probably. You're 100% right. I can already feel like that's going to be a big thing. Because I didn't want to trauma dump, but like there's a lot. And it's just like, oh my gosh, like everything's safe now. Ooh. And I keep extra safe too. I have the Ring doorbell and stuff like that. I got security options. I'm not going to list them all, obviously. But like, I can go and I can sleep very, very soundly and safely and comfortably and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's its own huge thing too. So
yeah, I'm super excited for you, and we've already been here, like you said, 4+ hours. So I do want to give you some time on what is, like you already mentioned, Wednesdays are normally your day off. And if you're watching the VOD, this was indeed broadcast on Wednesday. And hey, if you're in the VOD watching all the way over here, thank you so much for watching the VOD. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, all that jazz, something.
hey.
But I do have a couple of last questions that I ask all my guests. And the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? And I ask this question regardless of the calendar and where it is. So I ask it in January, and that's you have 12 months ahead of you. And I'm asking it here on December 3rd. So you have a month left. Not necessarily gonna have huge earth-shaking goals, but is there anything that you want to be able to do, whether it's something you're starting, finishing, a project, a stream, anything at all that you're hoping to do before we hit 2026?
Ooh. So it's funny you say that because 2026 is when things are going to be ramping up. 2025, I've done so much this year. I want this month to actually be where I do slow down a little bit. So it would be a little less. But there is still some other stuff. There is, just today, there was a Your Character Here model.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
Yeah, I can drop the link really quickly.
Yeah.
And
Send it to me in DMs because my automod will bonk a link if you put it in the Twitch
Got it,
chat, but I
already
can put
sent.
it in the Twitch chat.
Got it and already sent. And they this is again, there is no profit in relation to this because otherwise I'd have to really be a little more particular here. But they worked with having my model as like a redrawn because it's not like they could just steal my model. It's like they redrew my model and have it for a nice Christmas your character here thing. So I plan to use that very soon. I have a Lego hand cam lined up. I am planning to do my first single. Now, asterisk, I am planning to do a proper, like, YouTube edited single in 2026, but I am planning to test the waters with singing by dropping, like, covers and singles on my Twitter and socials. Just kind of,
A
hitting
single
that
is a
play button and
single
just
is a
singing my
single,
heart out.
Yomi. It doesn't matter if it's an original or not. A single is a single.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though, is like, it's not going to have the video and everything, but it's going to be like, hey, I'm posting this on Twitter, I'm posting this on socials.
Oh, no,
I'm
you're
just
doing
singing
your
my
first
heart out to
you're,
test the waters.
you're doing your first single this year. That's so exciting.
Yeah. So there's already all of that. There's the spelling bee, and there is another SVA event on the way before the year ends. I can't quite say that part just yet, but there is
Stay
more.
tuned.
So there's already for being the last month, yeah. Oh, and my ASMR should return.
Yes,
it's
you
been
were
a little
mentioning.
break on that.
Yeah.
I want to get at least one ASMR stream in before the end of the year, and I'm gonna test the water, see how often I want to still be doing it, or if I want to move it to videos instead, or really, yeah, that kind of stuff. It's funny. I'm supposed to take it slow for this month of it, but I'm already mentioning like, oh, there's a lot here, huh?
Well, slow is relative, and you can still take time on these things, and I'm assuming you're not starting them all from complete scratch, and, the SVA thing, that's not you organizing. You're going to participate, I assume, but if you're not the person doing every bit of coordination, that's not all the time that you're going to be spending, so I don't think everything you mentioned, even put together, is unrealistic at all.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm gonna try to manage it all. But most importantly, I'm going to make sure I finally, when I take a day off, I'm actually taking a day off. That in itself is actually quite an achievement.
No more Yomi resting. Yomi will be resting, but not
yeah.
Yomi resting.
That's indeed it. I got 4 streams next week, and I'm telling myself, no collabs. Make that Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Just chill. Yeah.
And the last question that I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. Some people have said being a VTuber lets me get in touch with my inner child. It lets me be someone I can't be in real life. Others have a more clinical approach of it's my greatest tool as a content creator. It lets me do creative things and pull stunts that allow me to ignore the laws of physics, and I might not feel a super deep emotional attachment to my model. I love it, but that I interact with VTubing in more of a mechanical way, perhaps. And there is no right or wrong way to be a VTuber, and there are answers in between those two relative extremes and even beyond. But for you, Yomi Quinnley, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
You are correct that VTubing is a gateway for so many people in so many different ways. For myself, VTubing became a remedy. It became a fix to the problems of depression, loneliness, and not even being sure of who I was. It provided me the chance to finally reach out, learn who I am, and really hone in on the sort of person that I always wanted to be, and empowered parts that were, I guess, locked away in a way. It was I wouldn't want to say a tool, but it was a journey. And it's a journey that has given me a lot of uplifting experiences. So VTubing for me really is like a tool of I'm going to use the word tool, I guess. It's a part of self-discovery and a way of bringing happiness and fulfillment to what was sorely lacking, and to be able to spread the like success story and the journey with other people who were in the same place I was like 2.5, 3 years ago, and let them know like, hey, you also can give this a shot. Maybe not even this, could be something else, but you could be at the bottom and still learn more of who you are and what you're gonna like and the people you want to be around. Yeah.
I always ask that question at the end of the show because, one, it helps sort of put a nice bow on things, help wrap things up. But two, the answers I always get are consistent. I never know exactly how someone is going to answer, but the answers always make sense, and that you see the different through lines and consistency in terms of either personalities, story, tastes, and that things always end up coming together in that answer. And as per usual, we definitely see that here with you, Yomi, and that obviously, like you mentioned, your story and origins and relationship with VTubing is something that you're very open with on stream because it is a very big part of your life, and that, as you've mentioned, it, in a very literal sense, changed your life in many, many, many ways. And it has been very exciting to see you have that experience, to be able to actually experience these different joys that you unfortunately were not able to experience until more recent years. And the fact that you've also experienced some amount of growth along with that, and the fact that you have now found stability in financial stability, that being of being able to get your own place, which is such a monumental thing. And as we were mentioning, just what is likely to be a very important shift to allow things to go even farther in terms of you finally being able to be yourself, do the things you want to do, and properly experience life. So I am very excited to see the journey you've had over these past 2.5 years and to see where you go from here. Because I don't remember when you first stumbled upon my streams, but I remember stumbling upon you and then seeing you stumble upon one of my shows at some point or another. And
I think it was
that
Desync.
that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, Desync's a very, 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 very dear friend. I would commit a crime for them in Minecraft. I think it was that. Carry on though, yeah.
Yeah, but that there is certainly that consistency for you of just that you, as you say, your actual brand is not a mad scientist, but a glad scientist, that you're very glad to be here and trying to bring that glee and joy to others, and I think you are doing a very good job of it.
Shucks. Thank you. That means a lot. It really does. It is validating, and it is such a journey to get along through here. And I started this just to help my mind, find a good spot, but to be able to, actually help myself, like you said, financially, and help my mind in other ways by being safer and stuff like that. Like it's full time now. It's like, whew. So I think everybody can do it if they really are like able to pull themselves out by giving it a shot, have the courage to just do a little research and go live. And whew, a little tired after after it all, but in a good way.
I actually do have one last question, and some people find this the most difficult question of the entire show. I'm so sorry to jump scare you with this terrible, terrible, difficult question. Who would you like us to raid?
Oh! I do have someone in mind. While we're raiding out, I'll of course say my thank yous.
Oh, yes.
I do know somebody. So it's a fun little fact. I try to usually raid somebody when it's their like first hour or so. They're just starting stream. I like to match the vibes, and B, try to get someone early on, so raiders have a good
makes
place
sense.
to be yourself.
Yeah.
Actually, I met this VTuber just before my move, like a week before I moved. They made an incredible video about VTubing. And next thing you know, I'm hanging on the streams, and we were even talking in DMs the other day. I'll write the name down. Their name is Dewey EXE. Do you know this one?
I admittedly do not, but that's part of why I asked the guests to choose who to raid. One, it allows for, like you said, some of that consistency because usually the folks that people suggest are going to be ones that in some way, shape, or form match their vibes. And two, it lets me find new VTubers because I am certainly spoiled for choice. There are more VTubers out there than I could ever hope to talk to. And goodness knows there's more than I could be able to keep up with or discover. And that I always like being able to find out new ones. And if a guest is eager enough to suggest them as a raid target, that also lets me know, hey, I should probably check this person out. That's a vote of confidence. That's a big vouch, if nothing else. So we will be going over to Dewey in just a moment. But for those of you who I didn't get to earlier, thank you so much for tuning in, whether you got here from the pre-show, if you got raided in with Chris Speaks, or if you just stumbled your way in at some point over the past almost 4.5 hours now. I also have a couple other follows. Mystery Mission 07. I'm going to have to say this. The Impregnator. Thank you for the follow. And Todemodu. I'm hoping I am pronouncing that properly. Todemodu 2000. Thank you all so much. And once again, if for some absurd reason you're not following Yomi already.
And thank you. Thank you for having me. This has been an absolute delight. As not only was it a talk show to just like really get to know more, but we nerded out so hard on some of these things.
And to be honest,
I felt like I met an old friend.
Yeah, and there were things that we didn't even get around to nerding out about. We didn't get to New Type Magazine, Yomi. You mentioned it once in passing. We didn't even get to that. But
that's okay.
Hopefully
we'll
have
Picano next week.
Yes.
Once my sofa arrives, I will watch Picano.
A very good plan. But we may end up actually having a chance to chat again before too long. That, as I mentioned, you'll be getting some info from me in probably only about 2 weeks' time regarding my 5th anniversary charity marathon, and hopefully you're able to make it. If not, it's all right. I know that people are very busy, as you were just mentioning. But if you're able to, maybe we'll find time to talk about New Type while raising some money for charity.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
You're going to enjoy it over on Dewey's. Dewey is a Windows 98 style VTuber.
Ooh.
They also have a bit of a ghost aesthetic. They made the model themselves. They're very smart with their branding. They have a great voice, very chill community. They are family friendly too. So you'll fit right in with that. They're partner pushing right now, which they've been doing fantastic. And yeah, I think we'll have a great time over there. I want to uplift them some.
Yes. Well, let everybody know that Yomi sent us. Thank you again, Yomi. Thank you again to everyone in chat, whether you were here at the start or just getting here now. We're going to be going on over to Dewey. But until next time, this is VTuber Talk. I'm Jay. That's Yomi. Thank you so much for being here, and have a great rest of your day, everyone. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.